Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku inherited Bendy's ink demon powers? Part 2, Final. This story is Blood and Ink Izuku by Stillwell03. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. Izuku Pav. The day of the internships finally came, with everyone somewhat excited to do this. Right now, Mr. Aizawa is standing in front of us giving us, sorta a pep talk. Do you all have everything you need? Yes, yeah. Address people properly, Ashido. He quickly shot at Ashido for talking inappropriately to somewhat make all of us snicker a bit. Now let's make things clear. None of you have authorization to wear your costumes out in public without authority from the pros you're interning with, nor do you have authorization for using your quirks unless given. You all are representing UA right now, so don't do something to make us regret having you do this. Geez hobo, relax. None of us are gonna do something stupid like that. What you take us for, kids? Bendy popped out of me to answer this for Mr. Aizawa to glare at him. Geez, this guy keeps making me feel like I stepped on his puppy the other day. Get back in here before you get Izuku into trouble. Alice grabbed Bendy to pull him back inside me, with the people around us stopping to see what just happened. Midoriya, I hope whoever you're interning with can fix that problem with Bendy. It's annoying. I can't really help it, sir. He just does that whenever. He rolled his eyes and began walking away. Anyway, don't get into trouble. That's all I can say. We all began heading our own way before I noticed Iida. From what I knew, he was going to Hosu City for his internship. Hey Iida, he turned to see me and smile. Can I help you, Midoriya? I was kinda unable to think of what I should say, to think what would most likely be the best thing to say at a time like this. Look, I know you went for an internship at Hosu, and after everything damn it, I don't wanna openly call him out for this, but I also don't want him to do what he's doing. Just stay careful, okay? We're friends and I worry about you. He smiled at me when I said this before responding. Don't worry, Midoriya, I'll stay careful. He turned to walk away with his answer not exactly reassuring me at all. He's going after the hero killer, isn't he? I turned to see Kacchan, who was staring at Iida before walking away. I don't like Four Eyes much, but that doesn't mean I don't wanna see him die. Her words somewhat made the guilt I was feeling worse, knowing if something bad happens, it's my fault. Look, if something does happen, you can't blame yourself. If Four Eyes does something stupid and you warned him to be careful since you do worry for him as a friend, then it's his fault. Don't lose as much sleep over it, since you did warn him and he chose not to heed it. I tried to follow Kacchan's words, with them still not feeling right. If I shouldn't worry about if Iida, then why do I feel so bad knowing that it could happen? Ya know, she does have a point. You can't blame yourself if Iida does go down this route. Also, the chances of him actually doing this is low. How stupid could ya be for going after arguably the most dangerous guy that would be in Hosu? I held a bit of irritation hearing the last part of Bendy's comment while getting on the train. I jinxed it, didn't I? You probably did. A guy stared at me on the train for me to point to my ear as a way to lie and say I'm talking to someone on the phone. Somewhat easier and less creepy looking if you say that, as opposed to saying you're talking to a cartoon character in your head. Well, at least I know I can rest somewhat easier knowing today should be a little exciting. Flashback 1 week ago. A pro hero that trained you. Yes, his name is Gran Torino. Dang it, legs, stop shaking. All Might seemed to be worried for some reason for Bendy to hop out and laugh. Ahahaha. If he's good enough to make Smiles here scared out of his mind, he's gotta be some kinda awesome pro. Ow. Ow. Alice stopped him quickly by pinching Bendy's side that somewhat looked like an ear. Sorry about that, All Might. Would you kindly tell us a little about this man as well as how you met him? Yes, well, you see, Gran Torino was a former teacher here at UA. He only taught here for a single year. My third year. He also knows about OFA and was able to help train me into the person I am today. So a muscle head that looks like he needs a patch job on his spandex. Bendy had a slap by Alice for All Might to continue. To make things simple, if you wish to know more about OFA, then I suggest getting some assistance from him, since he knew not only me when I first inherited it, but my master when she was the holder of it. All Might handed me the information before running away as fast as he could. Once he was gone, Bendy, Alice and myself looked at one another trying to find out what the heck just happened. He sure left in a hurry. I glanced down at the address as well as the name thinking about the offer. If he taught All Might and knew the user of the quirk before him, maybe this could be worth looking into. Back to present. After getting off the train and going into sketchy part of a city, I found the address to the home of Gran Torino. To be honest, it kinda looked like the building was scheduled to be demolished. Do I have the address right or did I take a wrong turn somewhere? Boris came out to check the address while also checking the side and the street. As far as I can tell, everything's right. Well, at least things can't get worse. We're already going into a dump, so what else could be a downgrade? I went towards the door to begin knocking. After a few seconds, I called out to anyone inside. Excuse me, my name is Izuku Midoriya. I'm part of UA and told I'm interning here for the time being. The lights were completely dark with my hands fumbling around on the side for a switch to see. Once I did, I was met with the image of a man laying on the ground with blood coming out of him. Ah, he's dead. What a way to go. Actually, I'm alive. Ah, he's alive. Wait, why is that scary? Bendy asked, somewhat confused with it now processing with me. Oh yeah, that's good actually. The man began getting up while dusting himself off and showing us that it was just a glass ketchup bottle that fell and made the mess. Sorry about the scare there. I was making myself a nice plate of sausage covered in ketchup and I sort of fell over. He glanced at us for a moment and stared as if he was about to say something important. What's your name? Izuku Midoriya. I'm from UA, sir. Lovely. What's your name again? Izuku Midoriya. I just told you that I'm from UA. Toshinori. That's not his name. Me, Bendy and Alice shouted in anger as the old man got up and started walking away. Hey, Izuku, is it me or does this guy seem a little on the screwball side? I'm with Bendy on this one. He doesn't fit the criteria of someone that is all there. Alice turned to the side before shouting at the older man. Get out of his things. Didn't anyone teach you manners? Didn't anyone teach you respect of your elders, little missy? What respect should I give you? You can't remember Izuku's name after being told multiple times it. You can barely walk around and you have no respect for other people's. Alice, right, relax, I'm just taking a look at his stuff and to hopefully get a gauge on his OFA. Alice stopped for a moment to stare at Gran Torino, confused he knew her. How did you? Toshinori wrote about you. He said on how he's got this fancy kid with the ability to make these weird ink things that he gave OFA to. A mischievous demon called Bendy, a caring but very headstrong angel called Alice and a reasonable wolf by the name of Boris. You're all part of the 9th user's quirk. What was your name again, kid? Alice and Bendy stared at the old man before grabbing my things. This guy is either completely insane or completely senile. I for one don't wanna find out which he is. They got to the door with Gran Torino smirking. Don't you know you shouldn't put down your elderly like that? It's bad manners. Out of nowhere, he bounced around and hit both Bendy and Alice into the wall, making them turn into ink. So even though they're sentient, they're still ink by nature. That's kinda interesting. Bendy popped out of my body, clearly annoyed after that attack, for Gran Torino to smile at us. Okay, he's not senile. Doesn't mean you're not some kinda whack job like I put you out to be. Sorry about him. He doesn't have much of a filter. I apologized before getting a kick to the jaw. The force sent me into the air where Gran Torino came above and stomped me into the ground. I got up now really annoyed before shouting. I take back my apology. You are insane. Shut up and try to hit me, boy. Gran Torino shouted while jumping around the area. It almost looked like he had springs on his feet. Does his quirk give him springs or something? I activated full cowling while predicting where Gran Torino was going to come next to punch the area he was going to be in. However, at the last moment, he changed trajectory in midair to divert from the punch and sock me in the face. Not bad finding where I'm gonna be, kid. But there's more tricks in this old dog than you think. How did he? Focus, Izuku. Try and think of what he's gonna do. I listened carefully around for the sound of Gran Torino's feet hitting the walls, floors and ceilings being heard. But that wasn't the only thing I heard. It was faint, but I could hear wind. almost like air being pushed out of a bottle of something carbonated. Directly after, there's a quick gasp from the pro for me to somewhat get how his quirk works. I'm not aware of the finite details, but I think he can push the wind out of his body in a pressurized form from his feet. If that's the case, I just need him to use his quirk right before I attack and use that as a distraction. Standing there won't do you any good, kid. It just leaves you open. He came at me again for a shot of ink to attack him. As I predicted, he dodged the attack and made an opening for me. Now I've got you. Right before I landed the punch, an alarm rang on a microwave to indicate what's in it is done. The sudden ding threw me off balance and forced a kick to my jaw, sending me away into a wall. I gotta admit, that was a tough one. But you're still sloppy. Half of that is cause of the oaf, Toshinori. Now, my cheese for my ketchup and sausage is ready. All just. Gran Torino looked at the sausage on the floor before that had been stepped on by himself. You vandal, you stepped on my sausage and ketchup. I was immediately struck in the head by a cane. I wasn't. No BACKSASS. Ow, I was hit again for no actual reason to somewhat wish I took another internship. I hope Uraraka and Kachan's internships are going better than mine. Meanwhile, Katsumi Pav, why do I have the feeling Deku's talking about me? Also, why do I have a sudden increase of anger to old people with canes? Bakugo, please hurry. You do not want to keep Best Jeanist waiting. I'm moving. Shut the fuck up, twat. I finished changing to head out somewhat irritated now at the stupid sidekick who's rushing me. Don't you know it's rude to rush a woman? It'd be kinda a shock if you had a chick with that attitude. Katsumi Pav, to make things clear, I don't like you. Very obvious with your statements right off the bat. Subtle much. For the internship I had to do, I decided to go with Best Jeanist's agency. Right off the bat, the asshole pro made a comment on how he didn't want me there to kinda annoy the shit out of me. You're only here because my agency wanted to give you an offer. To be honest, I'd rather have had that boy with the ink quirk over you. Yeah, Deku's fucking awesome to not blame ya for wanting him. I started laughing a bit with it confusing Jeanist. You know him. Fuck yeah, I know him. Deku and I grew up together. We're practically family, we get along so well. Ah, so he's like a brother then. I said family, not a pain in the ass copy of me. Unlike most, me and Deku are original and no asshats could copy us. I spoke with confidence for one of the stupid sidekicks to comment back at this. You're a really arrogant woman, aren't you? Shut the fuck up. I don't need to be told that by some bitch who's got a perm. Confidence is a good thing, but overconfidence leads to mistakes and harm to people. Store that in your pockets and keep it tightly sewn in. I turned away and blushed at this and turned away. Deku tells me the same thing a lot when I start getting a big head. Do you take his advice? Enough to know my limits to some degree and not push them too much. Jeanist began combing his hair before standing up and pulling a chair out. Please sit down. If you wish to remain here, I shall do something with what you call hair. Are you insulting my hair? I am simply suggesting a new style. Perhaps Midoriya may enjoy seeing you with a new look. I stopped a minute to think about the look on Deku's face when he'd see me to imagine him with a big blush happy to see it. I guess it wouldn't be so bad. I went over to the seat and sat down while Jeanist talked to me. Tell me, how long have you and Midoriya known one another? Practically our whole lives. Your families were close. Well, he lived with my family after accident. Jeanist stopped for a moment when I said this. His family isn't around anymore, are they? I didn't want to answer this to just hold my head down. It wasn't a pretty sight. Aunt Inko didn't deserve to go that way. I see. So you've seen the horrors of when people can't be saved. I nodded a bit, not liking the fact I did. The fact the first person someone cannot save is a hero is due to lack of experience. It's understandable why many don't wish to continue after knowing you've failed. However, you both are an exception to this because you've seen what lack of skill and ability does. In a way, that puts you and Midoriya ahead of the group of students in your year. He finished his work before showing it to the weirdo sidekicks. Heroes must, however, be the sign of both sympathy and control. As such, any form of wild behavior must be curbed, whether being unfashionable denims or even unruly hair. Another excellent style, Jeanist sir. I felt extremely uncomfortable having my hair down the way Ears has hers for it to pop up again back to my normal look. Do not worry, we shall have this controlled even if we must take the whole week. Both my parents have hair that stands up. Don't get your hopes up. Damn it, I think I picked the wrong hero agency. The next day, Izuku Pav. I continued working with Gran Torino with him kicking and tossing me around his home each session. Almost every time, I was thrown for a loop with him and could barely get any scrapes in on him during 3 minutes he gave me. Things got harder when we dropped to 1. Today after about 9 times though, Gran Torino stopped after seeing me lodged inside of a wall with only my backside out of it. Alright, kid, we're taking a trip in 5 minutes to the city. I pulled myself out of the wall to have a ring of it being worn like a dress before questioning this. Wait, why? For practice. To make a long story short, you'll develop bad habits if you face only one type of opponent's fighting style. That's half the flaw with Toshinori. Wait, so he screwed up and never fixed it. Bendy popped out of me with Gran Torino smirking. Yeah, granted half of that was my fault, but that fool never learned to fight things without just his fists. He never uses wits or barely if at all. However, you're different, kid. You rely on wits and you're already more clever with how to handle things if I'm not mistaken. Boris popped out of me next to smile. He does have a point. You're one that thinks a little more than most of your class. See, even that thing that looks like a Disney knockoff agrees with me. Now get moving and put your costume on. Also, take the wall off you look like you belong in a dance school or something. I did as he asked to put my hero costume on before watching Gran Torino walk out the door and call a taxi. Once inside, I asked the older man how we were doing this. So where exactly are we going? Shibuya. Why, wouldn't it be easier for us to just go and face villains around here? This earned me a hit by Gran Torino's cane for this one to leave a bump. Ow, why was that hit necessary? Think about this, kid. Why is there more villain skirmishes in cities as opposed to areas like this one with lower population? I guess, 'cause there's not a lot of things around to incite people to commit crimes. Not a bad guess, but no. The real reason why there isn't much crime is because there isn't a lot of people. Let's take this at base value. If you have 100 people versus 1,000 people, which are more likely to have at least one be a person to commit a crime? The larger. Since cities are more densely populated like Shibuya, you get a lot of villain skirmishes happen. Not large villains obviously, but back alley thugs that it would make easier for you to handle. Back in the day, this was how pro heroes would train their sidekicks or disciples. Put them in a situation where they face a bunch of back alley thugs and help them learn to fight that way. But because of generations going forward, people are too dainty and don't want to build up backbones of people while also wanting more fame and fortune for themselves that it's depriving the next generation. So basically, this is trial by fire if I'm understanding you correctly. Alice popped out to sit on my lap with Gran Torino laughing. The little lady gets it. The best experience you could get with knowing your own limits is if you test them in a real-life situation. Obviously ours will be controlled, but that's besides the point. I started doing the math a bit to understand it would easily take a day by taxi. Wait, how are we getting there? We're taking a bullet train so we can arrive at night. Most crimes happen when the sun goes down and any existing crime will increase after dark since there's less fear of pros or cops stopping them as well as less citizens to blow the whistle on them. Thinking about the fact we were going on bullet train, the shortest route we would be able to go from here to Shibuya would be through Hosu. If we're doing that, then we might pass by Iida. I sent a text to him asking how his internship was going as well as that I was going to pass through Hosu to send to him. You kids today and your phones. So improper. Sorry sir, I was just texting a friend that we were passing through Hosu. A classmate. I nodded. Hosu isn't safe right now, kid. After the hero killer, everyone's on high alert. Why didn't your friend pick a different place to go? I have a hunch why, but I don't wanna admit it. Quote. The hero killer, isn't it? I nodded. Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt to stop at Hosu and make sure he's not stupid in doing something he shouldn't. Iida's not the type to. I'm not judging your friend, but I'd rather avoid sending a kid to a grave if I can stop it. This old man's seen more than his fair share of death in his lifetime to not wish it on anyone. I sat back and tried to calm down, thinking this won't end badly. Just stay focused, Izuku. Iida won't do something that he'll regret. Just have faith in him, knowing he's not the type to blindly act on emotion. Few hours later, third-person POV. Izuku and Gran Torino continued their journey to Hosu. As a way to help, the pros set up a room in the city so that they could spend the night and continue their journey to Shibuya in the morning after a little closure was given. As they sat, Bendy began popping out of Izuku and ran around the walkway to make some of the kids laugh who were taking the train. This is so boring. Can't this thing go any faster? Bendy, sit down before you get us in trouble. Alice tried to control the small ink demon while Boris sat down and spoke with Gran Torino. Is this normal? For the most part, yes. Alice tries to be the voice of reason that tries to keep Bendy, who normally causes problems, in line. And what do you do? Boris shrugged his shoulders. I normally let them do what they want while keeping out of it unless I have no other choice. Maybe a voice of self-control. Quote. You're arguably the smarter of the three. The train suddenly stopped for Bendy and Alice to go flying into the door to hit and lose some of their ink. Ow. Both beings groaned as they got up with the mechanical voice of the train came up. We are sorry for the inconvenience. We will begin moving shortly after an error has been rectified. Please remain patient. Well, that was a bust. A silence was in the train before the cart was broken open to scare everyone to notice a pro hero on the other side of the opening. Out of the caved-in metal, a monstrous beast that had a similar image of the monster that attacked the USJ entered in. It's a monster. Run. The people began running, with Gran Torino jumping over and using his quirk to knock the Nomu out of the cart and back into the city. Kid, make sure the people are safe. Once you're done, meet me in the city. The two left with Izuku looking out of the opening and seeing Hosu City on fire. This is nuts. If I had to reference what is most likely happening, I'd say hell came to earth. Bendy and Alice looked at the fires, going to have some fear in what was shown. Hey kid. Izuku turned to see the pro hero that was on the ground struggle to get up. That guy your teacher or something? Yes. Well, if he said to help these people evacuate, I can handle that if you wanna help him. I'm kinda out of commission right now for fighting, but I can still at least get the people out of here and somewhere away from harm. So go ahead and get going. Izuku nodded before jumping down and heading in the direction Gran Torino was. So y'all got a plan or something, or are we just going head first into the fire? Bendy asked for Izuku to jump down and land on a building with OFA. I'm guessing jumping right into the fire is what we're doing. Bendy, Alice and Boris went back into Izuku for him to continue running until he got to the center of Hosu. There, absolute madness happened, for several different creatures that shared the Nomu from the USJ's image attacked the city, with the pros trying to stop them and avoid anyone getting hurt. This is just insane. Izuku couldn't believe what he was seeing, as absolute chaos was happening around him. No preparations in the world could ready someone for something like this. It's scary, Boris pointed out before something caught Alice's eye. Over there. Tenya, where are you? The group noticed the pro hero manual. The hero that Iida had interned with, shouting amongst the chaos trying to find him. At this point, Izuku realized something. He's going after the hero killer right now. He ran as fast as he could with full cowl through the streets, focusing on alleys near hero agencies. Izuku, what's going on? To make a long story short, Bendy, I think right now the hero killer is using the chaos of Hosu to attack. The fact Iida isn't here most likely makes me think that he's going after Stain as well. Also, he was hesitant saying the last part, with Boris coming to the same conclusion. Those things are part of the League of Villains. It's not much to go on, but the timing is too coincidental for them to just be a fluke. Yeah, they could be working together. Hearing shouts, Izuku rushed down an alley to notice the hero killer about to stab Iida, who was laying on the ground unable to move. In a quick movement, Izuku used what he could of OFA to attack the villain and save his friend. Iida, are you okay? Midoriya, what are you doing here? Iida was shocked, with Izuku trying to keep his eyes on Stain to avoid him getting the drop. It's a long story, but I'm here to save you. What's the situation? Iida held his head down, somewhat ashamed, with Izuku looking back and speaking in a calm voice. I came here to help you. If I couldn't help a friend when he was suffering, then what kind of hero would I be? Now somewhat irritated, he was pushed away. Stain began holding his blade to Iida. Stay out of this, boy. My business is with the false heroes there. Not you. You wanna play that game? Okay then. Izuku pulled his sleeves up and slammed his hands on the ground. Boris, I'm sorry if this hurts you. I guess now's as good a time as ever if I can control this. Go. Rage creation. The ink that came off of Izuku began to form into a puddle on the ground before taking a monstrous shape. The being took the form of Boris that happened when Izuku was unable to control his emotions. Come on out. Brute Boris. That creature. Isn't that? Yeah, it's the same thing that I had come out during the USJ. Let's just hope I can hold out long enough so Boris can stop him. RRRROOOOOOAAAARRRRRRR. Third person Pav. Iida, can you walk? Izuku asked while keeping his attention on Boris and Stain. I can't. NNGH. I don't know how he did it, but Stain was able to hold me down with that sword. But what are you doing here? This has nothing to do with you. I'm here as your friend. I wanted to make sure you didn't do something dangerous, but I guess I'm a little late for that. Stain charged for Izuku with Boris coming right in front. If you want to take me on, then you'll have to stop Monster Boris. In response, the hero killer attacked the monstrous Boris for the blade to be trapped in the ink creature's body. Once unable to move it, Boris punched Stain across the alley. He walked forward as a barrier with the blade in it sinking down onto the ground and stomping on the metal to break it. Just what is that thing? Native watched in amazement as Boris overpowered Stain like it was nothing. To make a long story short, that thing is my quirk. But didn't the last time you let something like that out, you couldn't control it? I got a little better at this. Izuku explained while holding his hand out with 3 fingers raised. For 3 minutes, I can control one of my sentient beings in this form without it going on a rampage. The problem is, I need to stay in a certain radius of the being while also not losing eye contact. If I do, I lose focus and awe. Izuku held his head in pain to panic both Iida and Native. Midoriya, kid. NGH. I'm fine. I just was starting to lose concentration. When one of you can move, take the other out to the open streets. I can't leave here until Boris is put back. Above where Izuku was, Stain targeted the two with daggers in his hands. If I can't take down the kid, then I'll take down the false heroes. Before he could do anything, a large dumpster was thrown in front to take the daggers with the vigilante being tackled shortly after by Boris. Get off of me, he began constantly stabbing into the ink being's face with it contorting from the ink being struck. Once the blade finally broke, Boris's face was hardly noticeable coated with ink before reforming back to what it was. Just what the hell is this thing? Stain was punched into the ground and struck repeatedly until being grabbed by the neck and chalked out. In hopes to free himself, the hero killer used metal wires to wrap around Boris's hand to slice it off and drop him. This was retaliated however with the ink being kicking him into a wall. Damn it, I gotta hurry this up. Izuku struggled to keep his calm before noticing Stain laughing. What's so funny? It seems that your monster can't hold together so well, boy. I was able to cut off part of it and now understand what it is. Stain pointed at the melting hand of Boris that was cut off. It's ink, isn't it? You can control large amounts of ink and create that thing. However, you seem to be having difficulties controlling it. Is it possible you don't have much control over this thing? Whether I have control over Boris fully right now or not, I will not sit idly by and let you hurt people anymore. If a hero were to allow that, then they don't deserve the title of hero. Then again, I'm not here as a hero. I'm here as a friend who just wants to help another. So come at me if you want. I won't be knocked down so easily. This statement somewhat pleased Stain as he pulled out several blades. It seems you have merit, kid, so I'm giving you this offer. Leave now and you won't get hurt. I'm only here for Native and Ingenium there. I won't hesitate to kill a child. However, I'd rather not if I was given the choice. As I said before, that's not going to happen. So long as I'm here, you won't harm either of them. Very well then. Stain came storming to Izuku with Boris standing in his way. Out of the way, ink creature. He sliced off Boris's arms for them to fall below and come right at Izuku. Where is that bravado now? He stopped midway to look back and notice Boris's arms turning to ink and acting like a bind around the hero killer's torso before pulling him back. Stain was thrown into a wall and sent into a daze before seeing Boris reform his arms with the ink that fell off. I see. So you can control not only the beast, but the ink that is no longer present inside it. Quite a troublesome quirk. Stain came charging a second time with Boris tanking the blow and fighting him. As the battle continued, Izuku began running out of breath and sweating significantly. Midoriya, are you alright? Why yeah, it's just hard controlling Boris in this situation. The more he fights, the more wild he becomes. Izuku's hands were gripping his knees as he shook violently in hopes to end this quickly. Please hurry, I don't know how much longer I can handle. Stain noticed the amount of strain Izuku was under to think there was something off. He seems to be under a lot of stress. Does that mean that the kid is using most of his power to use this? What were to happen if he were unable to do whatever he is doing anymore? Boris gave one more punch to Stain with him being thrown into a wall. Thinking it was over, the ink being raised its fists in the air in triumph. I'm losing it. Boris is about to go on a rampage. Losing his ability to hold back the unparalleled energy from his creation, Izuku was trembling in fear. Iida, can you or native move yet? NGH. I'm sorry, but I can't. Same here. This is bad. I'm about to lose control. I gotta pull him back before it's too late. A knife whizzed past Izuku's head to almost hit him, but cut his cheek instead. To the side, Stain stood bloodied and very mangled, panting for air. It seems you're out of steam. So much for your little plan to stop me before you couldn't keep this thing active. You fool. I wasn't using all my concentration and energy to keep Boris on the field. I was using it to hold him back from going on a rampage. As if there was a thread connecting Izuku and Boris together, the ability to hold back the blind chaos of the ink monstrosity snapped with Izuku falling on his hands and knees. Oh no, I lost the link. Taking the confusion as a moment to strike, Stain came charging at Izuku. However, he was stopped by Boris grabbing him by the arm. This thing isn't going away. Just what is I? Crack. Gah. The brute force of Boris's grip completely shattered Stain's bones as if they were twigs before grabbing him by the neck. The monster threw him into a wall and began brutally beating on Stain by punching him over and over again. Seeing the horror take place, Iida and Native trembled in fear at this. Is he gonna kill Stain? From what I was told, this creature is strong enough to do quite a bit of damage. At least the second one is not here. Hearing Boris wasn't the only being that could do this, the pro looked at Iida in shock. Second one. Boris. Izuku ran over and grabbed Boris's arm to try and stop him. He activated full cowl to keep his creation from continuing. Enough. Stain isn't a threat anymore. Leave him be. Not taking this as an answer nor able to at this point, Boris threw Izuku back to a wall before turning back to Stain. At this point, Iida was able to gain some ability to move back to attack Boris in the head and disorient him. Midoriya, call him back, now. Ruah aarrrrrr. In a fit of rage, Boris grabbed Iida's leg and slammed him onto the ground, knocking the wind out of the engine quirk user in the process. He then turned to hold his fist up and aim at Iida. Before he could though, two sets of hands came to stop Boris. Boris, that's enough. If you go any farther, you'll hurt someone you'll regret. Bendy and Alice came out in their normal forms to try and stop their friend. Unfortunately, this led the monstrous beast to turn his rage onto them and slam both to a wall and turn them into two separate piles of ink. This though was a chance for Izuku to pull both Iida and Stain away and towards Native before standing in front of his friend. Iida, can you stand up? Iida slowly got up to answer Izuku's question. I need you to take both Native and Stain out to the street. Right now, I think he needs to see a doctor or else he might die. But what about you? Boris needs to be stopped. If anyone deserves to stay back, it's the one that let him become this. I'm not leaving you with that thing, kid. Native tried to reason with it going out Izuku's ears. Kid, Midoriya won't listen. Iida tried to stabilize Stain before pulling him on his shoulder. I'll come back after I bring Stain out to the streets for you. The engine quirk user stated this as he moved as fast as he could out to the street. As he did, Boris tried to attack him with Izuku stopping and punching him away with OFA. Boris, I know you're still in there and I want you to know, I'm sorry this has to happen. But I won't sit by and let you attack others. Izuku charged forward for him and Boris to start clashing fists in a brawl to hold out for time. Outside the alley, Iida began letting Stain go to the side where he was away from the alley in case the fight with Boris and Izuku led closer out. Why are you helping me? I harmed Ingenium and almost killed you. Stain questioned with Iida being somewhat irritated by this. You had every reason to let me die. Both you and your friend. So why help me now? To be fair, I will never forgive you for what you have done to my brother. He was a good hero. A reason why I wanted to be a hero growing up. Whether he was or was not a hero in your eyes, he was one in mine and nothing would make me happier than seeing you die to Midoriya's uncontrollable power. However, I don't think my brother's name will be able to hold any pride if I let my anger over you cloud my judgment on helping someone that needs it the most. Stain started coughing up blood to prove a point. Now if you'll excuse me, I must go and help Midoriya put an end to this madness. Iida was about to run off before Stain said something to catch his attention. Get water. Excuse me, water. If that thing is made of ink as from what I have gathered, then you are probably best using water to thin out the ink and weaken the thing. Alright, but where am I going to find water around here? Maybe I can help with that. Iida turned to notice someone he didn't expect in Hosu along with Izuku. With Izuku, smash. The clash between creator and creation raged on. Izuku kept from taking any hits as he kept punching and pushing Boris away from native while also keeping a close eye where to get an opening. As this occurred, Boris seemed to be learning how to battle Izuku with him dodging and giving his own counter-attacks as well. In an attempt to stop one of these, Izuku used his forearms to absorb the impact before being sent barreling into a dumpster and make a notable crack sound happen. You okay, kid? Just peachy. Izuku misses being punched again by one of Boris's fists before grabbing his wrist and trying to flip him. This succeeded in a way to send Boris into the concrete with him not moving. Okay, did that do the trick? Izuku thought this waiting in front of him. This thought quickly faded as the ink being began shaking off the impact like nothing happened. Just what is it going to take to end this night? Izuku prepared for another round with Boris sending the first fist. Dodging and using an uppercut fused with 5% of OFA, Izuku tried to damage Boris's head the best he could. Unfortunately, a cracking sound was heard with a level of unbearable pain coming to the green-haired boy for him to stop and be grabbed by Boris. His grip wrapped around Izuku's neck and held him into the air. Gah, Boris, I know you're still in there somewhere. That's why I need you to fight this. Izuku held onto the beast's hand in hopes to try and reach him. I'm sorry I put you through this much stress. I should have never forced this madness on you. Please, stop this. I don't want you to do something you'll regret when you come back. Boris, please. He started to cry with the ink beginning to shake. A small ink tear came out of where Boris's eyes were to indicate he's fighting inside. Before things could progress any farther, a large wave of ice froze Boris where he was with it melting and turning him into a puddle from the water. Midoriya, you okay? Still in a bit of shock what just happened, Izuku nodded slowly. Why yeah, thanks for the help, Todoroki. Don't worry. Noticing the worry on his friend's face, Todoroki walked over and patted his shoulder. There was nothing you could have done. From what Iida explained to me, you lost all ability to stop him. Just take a breath and come to terms with it. I know, it just doesn't make the situation any better to me. I willingly put Boris through that. I thought I could control it, but I was wrong. Now Boris nearly killed people because of my mistake. Todoroki could tell the worry in Izuku's eyes were genuine for his ink companion. He really didn't see the difference between Boris and a living being to pat his shoulder. I'm sure Boris knew the risk too. If he didn't think it was a good idea, he'd be the one to tell you. Come on, let's get out of here. The two left while picking up native for only 3 puddles of ink to remain in the area from what happened inside. Izuku Pav. A few days passed since the incident with Stain in Hosu. Once the police and pros arrived at the scene, the hero killer was arrested and sent to a hospital for villains. From what I was told, he had both his arms broken with his right completely shattered, his skull fractured in 3 areas, a few broken ribs and some internal bleeding. It was a little difficult stabilizing him after all that, but the doctors were at least able to make it where his life won't be in jeopardy. Our side however wasn't all that lucky to walk away unscathed though. I had a few broken bones and internal bleeding, Native had a few cuts that were rather deep from Stain, and Iida had a bit of nerve damage from where Stain stabbed him. Though, Boris has refused to come out as well as Bendy and Alice. I wouldn't blame them though since the last time I let the monster half out, it nearly killed me and the time before actually did kill someone. Letting my rage creations out was without a doubt a mistake on my end. On the day Iida was supposed to be released, Manuel, Gran Torino and the chief of police in Hosu came in. Good to see you both are all right. The man had a face of a dog and a body of a human as I could tell. He immediately bowed to us before speaking again. My name is Kenji Saragame, head of police in Hosu. First I'd like to say how appreciative I am that you were able to detain the hero killer. You have done both the city of Hosu as well as the heroes that govern this country a great deal. But, there are still some matters that must be dealt with. I gulped when he said this to turn to me first. Since Gran Torino said you had authorization to use your quirk Midoriya, you're not going to be judged on your actions. But the injuries and eyewitness reports by Native do lead me to worry if that power of yours is even controllable to begin with. I held my head down before answering. That ability was a bad judgment call on my end to use. I should have never let it happen. Mistakes are bound to happen. It's part of growing up since you learn from them. However, they can be unavoidable if you don't use proper logic with them. So tell me, what was the logic in letting something you deem now a mistake to be sent out? You won't be judged for this, I'm just curious. I tried to think back on what was happening to explain it. I wanted to end the fight fast. Stop Iida and Native from getting hurt and bring them to safety before anything. I was able to control my rage creations for a small amount of time outside my body, so I tested that in. You thought you could stop an enemy before your own natural limit would die out. It is a bad judgment call, but you were able to prevent things from going farther by stopping whatever it was. You did make bad choices in that alleyway, but you also took hold of the scenario the best you could. And because of that, the hero killer lives to face his crimes and you prevented anyone else from getting hurt. I wouldn't call this a perfect win, but it is a win since the worst outcome did not happen. Thank you, sir. I bowed my head, still feeling bittersweet with the incident before Saragame turned to Iida. Now that that's out of the way, we should discuss your actions in Hosu, Tenya Iida. We both went pale hearing this. For the chief to start. Though the hero killer should be charged with his actions, you have also broken a fair share of laws in response. Wait, but Iida was just as much a victim as Native was. Why is he getting charged? I'm not saying he's the villain in this story, Midoriya. But he is also not innocent in this. Unlike you, Iida went after the hero killer using a quirk with no authorization. Though we do not agree with it at times, we must uphold the law to the best of our standards. Going against someone with a quirk intentionally is easily 2 years in prison or higher depending on the circumstances, as well as if anyone is harmed in this. Yes, Stain broke laws and will face charges on that, but the law isn't ironclad enough to keep Iida from being arrested. Quirk laws are still new and not complete yet, so as such, we will have cases like Iida's come into play. They are unfair at times, but these rules are put into play so people will deter from doing things knowing there is consequence to them. I felt horrible. Iida was just doing what he thought was right and now is facing possible jail time. But before the final verdict was said, the chief explained one bit of detail. That is, if the story said was what actually happened. We looked at him confused as he continued. The number of people that saw and or know what happened in Hosu is small and easily able to be covered up. So this is the story we can go with. Midoriya took down the hero killer as in the original. Manuel allowed Native to look after Iida while he handled fires, but the two were attacked. The injuries you sustained were also from your battle with Stain and your quirk didn't go out of control. This puts the medal of a hero on you, Midoriya, but it also prevents the truth from coming out. I'm not fond of putting children away, so this is the best offer I can give you. Either keep this under the rug of what really happened, or hold the mantle of a dangerous hero in training and a criminal. We both agreed for Saragame to smile and give us a thumbs up. You two are good kids. Try not to get into more trouble. The chief left with Gran Torino immediately hitting me over the head. Ow, that was taking on someone that's out of your league, kid. You should have gotten help. I know, sir, but I didn't. Ow. Don't backsass. I was hit over the head again with a cane for Gran Torino to start walking away. I had my teaching license suspended because of you, so apologize by buying me dinner for the next few nights. He left with Iida apologizing to Manuel to give a bit of a stern talk, but not nearly as bad as Gran Torino's. The two soon left to leave me alone in the room. It was dead silent, with now being a good time to talk with Boris to make sure he's okay. Boris, you okay? We haven't talked since, you know. I got no response to move my legs to dangle off the bed I was on. Boris, if you're upset because you lost control, don't be. It wasn't you that made the judgment call, it was me. I wrongly thought we could handle what we weren't ready to control in. I'm sorry if I hurt you because of that call. It's not that I blame myself. Bendy and Alice told me that you're probably feeling worse, thinking it's your fault. Boris spoke up for me to curl my legs up into my body to hold it in a ball. I'm scared if I come out again, you're gonna tell me to never come out again. We didn't get over that incident for long, and it took a lot of years for you to feel comfortable just using your quirk again. I can't throw you back into that. So you, Bendy and Alice think hiding in me is going to prevent it. We just don't want to cause you more problems. Boris, you three are my friends. I was scared when I didn't hear from you that something bad happened. There's no reason you should apologize or think you'd cause me trouble. Yeah, Bendy causes me a little bit of problems with what he does, but I wouldn't want to change you three if I had the option. You're like family to me. I love you all for that. Boris came out of me finally to hug me. Thank you, Izuku. You're a good kid. Thanks. I wrapped my arms around Boris for us to share a heartwarming moment together. Later that day, after being able to get up and start moving, I decided to make a few calls. The first was to Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru. I wanted them to know I was okay, since they were probably forewarned I was sent to a hospital and worried about me. Fortunately for me, the later picked up the phone to give me a more controlled speech about how I shouldn't have done something dangerous before congratulating me on my W. Once I got off the phone, Kachin began calling me next to answer. Hello, are you trying to scare the shit out of people or what? Kachin's voice came louder than it probably should have for people around me to stare. The hag calls me the other day and tells me you got in a fight that put you in a hospital, and the next thing I hear is a guy from UA is responsible for stopping the hero killer. Did you even think before doing something so stupid? Sorry, Kachin, but can you keep it down? I'm in a hospital. You're lucky I don't come down there and kick your ass. Ochako was scared shitless when I told her you were the one responsible and that you were in the hospital. Did you even think of those that worry about you? Did you think about me and Ochako? I stopped a moment when I heard what sounded like Kachin's voice cracking. We were scared when we found out you were in a hospital. I was scared. Don't ever do something this stupid again. I felt even more guilty than before to try and reassure her. Kachin, I'm really sorry. If I can make it up to you and Uraraka at all, I'll do it. There was a pause again before an answer to my question. When we get back, you, me and Ochako need a talk. If you really wanna apologize, do it to us directly and listen to us during this. Got it, right, good. Now go back and sleep, you fucking dumbass. She hung up the phone to make me smile a little. Even though it was kinda harsh, Kachin was worried about me enough to get really mad at me for doing this. I guess I should head back to my room. It's safer to try and avoid angering Kachin more and worrying Uraraka. Meanwhile, Katsumi Pav. After I got off the phone with Deku, I turned to the side and went out of the restroom of the cafe I was meeting Ochako at. I sat down across from her, somewhat irritated about what happened. Did you get to talk to Deku? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he thinks I'm gonna kill him or something. Granted, half the shit I shouted at him about wouldn't have been a problem if he'd actually care about not harming himself. But that's just how he is. Deku's the type of guy that doesn't mess around and wants to help people. Yeah, He could find a better way to do it, but I like the fact he's trying with all his might when he doesn't have to. He could go a little easier on the injuries, but he really wants to make things better for others even if it's at his life expense. Not a lot of guys can say that, which is why Ochako trailed off a moment for me to get where she was going. Anyway, what else did you tell Deku? I asked him the day we finished up the internships to talk with us. I figured this would be the best time to do that. I explained this for Ochako to go bright red. Relax, it's not like he's gonna refuse. How do you know? I put up 3 fingers to explain my logic why. 1. He's too much of a pushover to say no. That sounds a little mean, but the next one makes it a little less. 2. Deku already cares for us a lot. Bendy told me how highly he puts us in regards compared to everyone else. So if we both confess, there won't be any problems with it. 3rd and most importantly, this keeps Deku from making a decision that will hurt one of us. I love him and I think he's a great person, but he's too much of a wuss when it comes to hurting someone's feelings. He'd rather avoid a confrontation like telling us he prefers one over the other than being stuck making it. Both of us confessing makes it better. Oh, now I get it now. Take the problem with picking us out and you get Deku to agree a little more willingly to date both of us. Ochako ate some of the food she had before getting an idea. There is one thing I wanna know though. Do you wanna make this public to everyone or keep this to ourselves for now? I thought about it and remembered how Raccoon Eyes would most likely blabber this around school or mess with us regularly. I'm not one for making a big fuss over shit, so just keep this from the invisible chick and Pinky and we've got less problems. You could at least call Mina and Toru by their real names. I stand by my statement regardless. Those two have no modesty for subtlety and gossip. Keep this shit out of their mouths and we'll be fine. Ochako shrugged knowing I was right to keep eating. Just a few more days. Just stay calm. I started itching my head feeling the crap ton of hairspray Genist put in it to keep it down. Wish he used something that didn't itch so much. Straighteners would help a little more or a hairband. Izuku Pav. After being released from the hospital, I was allowed to return to Gran Torino's home. There, we began training a little more to help up my control over OFA. It helped a notable amount with trying to grow as a successor, but I still had a long way to go. The last day of the internship came with things going rather satisfying on me. Right now, I'm returning to the dormitories somewhat relaxed. Izuku. Alice popped out of my body to walk with me and talk. Don't forget that Katsumi and Uraraka wanted to take you on a date today. Shoot, I almost forgot. Honestly, men like you need to be very cautious about hurting a girl's feelings. Ladies need to be treated with respect. Our feelings are far more refined than you think. Bendy popped his head out of me to roll his eyes. We're talking about Katsumi here. She's still a beautiful and respectful lady. We're talking about the same woman that threatened a guy in middle school to cut his balls off if he tried looking up her skirt again. I shook remembering that day. This one perv that tried to regularly look up girls' skirts. One day he met the unfortunate act of getting thrown a distance with him landing directly under Kachin. His comment after was something around the lines of, "Bears on your ass aren't cute," with Kachin losing it. By the time I was able to pull her off the guy, she was trying to force-feed him his own shoes while dislocating his jaw. To be honest, most of the female teachers didn't like him and somewhat applauded her work. In the short end, the guy soon found himself brought up on sexual harassment charges by one of the girls with almost every female in the school testifying. Not a pleasant way to end your second year. One of her final words though to the guy was, "The next time you try to look up my skirt, I'll cut the brass pair you dare to think you have with a rusty knife." I did not want to see that image ever again. The least Izuku can do though is treat her with respect as a woman. It's Kachin, Alice. I already respect her. I start opening the door to have Kirishima and Shiro come flying at me almost as if they were thrown. Duck. We all ducked but Bendy, who moved to have his head out of my back and be thrown out of me by my 2 airborne classmates. What the heck was that? You assholes wanna laugh? I'll show you something funny to laugh at when I rip out and force-feed you your own pancreases. Kachin came charging with Kirishima and Shiro laughing somewhat. It took me a moment to realize, but she was wearing a rather frilly dress that made her look kinda girly as well as her hair was combed down. Hey, Kacchan, how are you? Kacchan stopped messing with our friends to stare at me for a second and go completely red. Quote. D don't look at me, perv. She immediately hid herself with Bendy getting up and taking a look at our childhood friend. Whistle looking good, Katsumi. I bet even Izuku'll be willing to jump ya bone. Alice stopped Bendy by creating a giant paper fan to smack him across the face. You idiot. The two started fighting with Uraraka coming towards the entrance wearing a nice blue top with the straps on her shoulders as well as a skirt that looked like it belonged to Mina. Hey, Deku, ready to head out? But I just got here. Can't I at least put my things away? Nope. Both girls stated this as they tossed my things to the side of the entrance while placing a note on it. We'll be back. The girls grabbed one of my arms and practically dragged me out of the room when all was said and done. In the back, I began hearing Kaminari's voice speak up. So is Midoriya gonna lose his V card to Bakugo or Uraraka first? Anyone wanna make that bet? Dumbass. I heard Jiro shout this as a notable slapping sound was heard to believe she hit Kaminari for his statement. Half an hour later, after leaving the dorms and heading into the city, Kacchan and Uraraka began dragging me into an ice cream shop with both getting a notable sized portion and ordering myself one as well. Once asked for payment, both girls pointed at me saying, "He's paying," to be put on the spot. I ended up paying like 4,850 yen, almost $40, to feel the weight of my monthly allowance from Aunt Mitsuki disappear. We sat outside with the ice cream with Uraraka looking a little guilty. Sorry we kinda forced you to pay for us. Don't apologize to him, Ochako. It's his own damn fault all this happened. I didn't understand the logic with how it was my fault before seeing Kacchan turn away. If you didn't go and get yourself fucked up by the hero killer, we wouldn't have forced you on this date and have you pay for everything we're getting today. Wow, that's great logic there. Shut it, Bendy. Bendy popped his head out to argue this with Alice dragging him back in by her hand. I don't think you realize how scared you made us, Deku. When I overheard from the hag what happened, I was worried you might. She trailed off not wanting to say what she thought for me to understand. I get it. Alright then, I'll be basically your servant starting now until the end of the day. Anything you want me to do, I'll do it without questions. You really should watch what comes out of your mouth. This is how a lot of porn starts. Bendy popped out to look at me in the eyes before getting hit by a frying pan by Alice. Ow, what did I do? Get back in here, you stupid devil. Alice grabbed Bendy's head and dragged him back inside for the three of us to stare silently and laugh. Well, I guess it's only fair that she stops him. All three of us laughed with Uraraka getting an idea. So there's this movie I've been wanting to see for a while. Maybe we can go and see it if it's not a problem. Okay, I simply responded as both Kacchan and Uraraka stared at me surprised. What? Don't. What? Me? You're willing to see some movie you've got no idea about without question. As far as you know, it could be some crappy chick flick. It's not one of those. Unlike you, I have some responsibility and willingly will have Deku watch something I know he'll like. Uraraka argued this with Kacchan for me to know one and only one thing about today. This was going to be a long day. Few hours later, third person Pav. After finishing up their ice cream, Izuku, Ochako and Katsumi began making their way to the movie theater to see a nice action-based movie that had everyone interested in. The movie had some decent comedy involved in it as well with everyone to have something they liked about it. Afterwards, the trio began heading towards the shopping district to start picking up some cheap things that would increase their appeal. This continued on for a while with the girls enjoying themselves as well as Izuku. Soon enough, the sun started to set with the trio making their way back to the dorms in hopes to call it a day. Here, both Ochako and Katsumi began to think this was the best time as any to come clean. Hey Izuku, Katsumi asked with her and Ochako turning around to face the green-haired boy. What do you think of us? Why you know, as girls, Izuku thought for a second before looking at both. To be honest, I think you both are beyond anything I could possibly imagine. Since the fact you both are amazing heroes and such, I feel kinda like you should be treated with a lot of respect. To even fathom that you both are beside me is He tried to put it in words, but nothing could come to believe this other than the idiocy of Izuku at the time. Dumbass. Yeah, Deku is kinda dumb right now. Both girls held their hand on their heads as Izuku missed completely what they were talking about. Wait, what makes me dumb? We weren't asking about what you thought about us as heroes, we were talking about what you think of us as possible girlfriends. Katsumi couldn't handle being subtle anymore since the comment Izuku gave was clear to her that he'd never get it. When he heard this, Izuku's face went beet red. Wait, A- is in, D dating you. No offense Deku, but you are kinda oblivious to what this was all day. Ochako points this out for everything around Izuku to spin. Deku, you okay? Izuku began collapsing behind him for both girls to panic. Izuku. Before he could hit the ground, Alice popped out to hold him up and gently place him down. Well, he took that as well as I hoped. Now pay up, Bendy. Bendy hopped out to give a few yen bills to Alice before turning to see Ochako and Katsumi. So, does this mean we're gonna be seeing some sexy whistle moments? Both girls looked at the ink creation before Alice began smacking him upside the head with a paper fan. What is with you and violence? What is with you and asking perverse question? It was a thought, a bad one at that which nobody needed to hear. Whatever. Ochako began laughing at this for Bendy and Alice to look at her. Sorry, you two are just making a serious situation a lot lighter because of this giggle. To be honest, I was on edge with the thought of how Deku might react to us being in a relationship and well. I've been a set of nerves from it to the point I think I unintentionally punted Mineta across the dorms. Huh, no wonder I heard the midget screaming today. Katsumi started to laugh with Alice and Bendy hearing this to stare at both girls. Quote. You both belong with Izuku. They hopped back into Izuku with both now trying to figure out what to do to wake him up. Hey, Ochako. Ya got that water bottle still? There's only about half of it left, but yeah. Ochako passed Katsumi the water bottle for her to unscrew the cap and pour it all over Izuku's face. Ah, what the? He shot up to see both girls stare at him patiently waiting for his response. I didn't just dream that you two basically confessed to me and admitted this was a date, did I? Oh no, we were saying that about some other guy that has ink pouring out of his body to make a jackass demon, an old-timey angel and a wolf that plays music. Izuku let reality hit in and readjusted how he was sitting. You gonna be okay? Why yeah, it's just, wow, I didn't expect you to say that out of everyone. Izuku stood up taking what he learned to heart. So, why me? Ochako went first for her explanation. Well you're very nice and kind-hearted. You're also very strong and you think of some funny things that are in good taste if anything. I had a bit of a crush on you since the entrance exam. Ochako's face was blushing uncontrollably saying this. After that I kinda started to get admired by how you treat stuff with your all and help people when they need it the most. Same kinda goes for me but earlier than her. Katsumi averted stares from Izuku while explaining. I knew you were dealing with your own shit and I just didn't wanna bother you with stuff. So I kept my mouth shut and well, you get the gist of it. Izuku was beside himself with what he heard before one question came to his mind. Are the two of you trying to get me to decide between the two of you or? Hell no, that makes shit more awkward for us. As such, we decided to share you. Single quote. What am I, some kind of object from that comment? Izuku was a little conflicted how the wording was. Trust me when I say we're not being rude to you when we decided to share you. We just admitted that fighting about who goes with you so we decided it was better not to fight about it and keep our friendship as healthy as we can. Ochako's explanation seemed a little easier to take with Izuku accepting it. Well, I do like both of you, but I also wanna keep us from messing up what we already have. I'm also not sure where to go from here in all honesty. I've never had a relationship like this before. You think I did? Katsumi glared at Izuku slightly for him to take a deep sigh out. I didn't mean it like that. Anyway, how do we start doing this anyway? The three thought for a second before Ochako got an idea. Why don't we start with just holding hands and stuff? We'll figure things out later. Neither one of them had a problem with this for Katsumi to hold Izuku's right hand and Ochako to hold his left. The trio held a smile on their face knowing this was happening and a warm feeling of satisfaction to be prominent on them. Unfortunately for them, an onlooker from Class B came to the scene and ruined their moment. Ahahaha, so you class a scum can't even have a decent one-person relationship. Pathetic. Go to hell, dumbass. Katsumi threw a stick she found on the ground at Monoma for him to run away while laughing at them. I hope that guy's sterile. No woman should be disgraced with his brats growing in them. Little far, Kachin. But you're right, he is a terrible person that I'd be content if he didn't cause any problems for anyone. Same here. The three looked down to see they were still holding hands before letting go before someone else saw. Let's keep this to ourselves right now, and if anyone asks, Monoma made it up. Probably better since Raccoon Eyes would make a big deal out of it. The three walked back to the dorms happy with their newfound relationship finally coming underway. Izuku Pav. The day after Ochako and Katsumi's confession to me came with my life feeling like I was in a dream. I literally punched myself probably 15 times this morning as I was given a good morning hug by both away from my view. Good thing too, since Ashido wouldn't leave us alone when we came back if we were a couple or not. When we were given a chance to be alone, the three of us agreed to call each other by our first names alone instead of our last or nicknames. To be honest, it was a little funny seeing Katsumi mess up about 10 times before getting Izuku out. Granted, I'm still messing up and saying Uraraka and Kachin, but it was at least nice to know I'm not the only one having difficulties. Right now, we're currently sitting in class listening to Mr. Aizawa discuss morning announcements he wanted to say. The end of term is coming up soon. Make sure you all study and do well on the written exam. For the hero course, there is also a physical exam that will remain hidden until the day of the exam. And as always, he's not subtle in the slightest. I smirked a little at this before hearing our teacher continue. Once summer break comes, you all will also be taking part in a training camp in order to prepare yourselves for a provisional exam that you will be taking. I will go over more information about the provisional after the end of term exams, but focus mainly on passing your exams. Those that do not will be unable to partake in the training camp and be forced to take remedial lessons. We gotta all pass. I'm not missing a camp trip because of failing. All you girls better pass. Hot springs are among the horizons for us all. Manetta's reason for the girls passing was a little, actually, very off. However, he did have a point. If I was to be prepared for whatever this provisional exam Mr. Aizawa's talking about, I'd have to take part in the training camp. But in order to do that, I'd need to pass the end of term exam. The written part should be fine if I focus on the credentials they gave us, but the physical is the one where I need to find out more about. A small note was passed to me by Katsumi folded up notably. Unfolding it, there was a message on it saying, "You better pass so we can have some fun at this camp." The lady has her priorities straight. Think of it, Izuku. Enjoying a river with Katsumi and Ochako, doing a test of courage. Fireworks. You might even get to see them in a hot ga. Alice grabbed Bendy by the throat in my mind to get him to stop while Boris spoke up to try and de-escalate the situation a little. Just do your best. That's probably what Katsumi is trying to say. You got a point there, Boris. I quieted down as Mr. Mike came in to start the next class first while also thinking what I should do for the exam. During lunch break, I haven't studied at all this term. Both Ashido and Kaminari shouted with only the latter freaking out over it. Between the sports festival and the internships, I had no time to crack open a book. Geez, man, what the heck have you been doing? Trying to reload your dose of stupid pills or something? Bendy popped out to make a rude remark to Kaminari to irritate him. Okay, I have enough problems with the fact my brain gets fried every time I use my quirk over its limit. I don't need a walking ball of ink telling me what to do. He has a point though. The fact you're at the bottom of the class is your own fault. Jiro pointed this out before turning to Yaoyorozu. Hey, Yaomomo, you mind helping me out with mathematics a bit? I'm not as bad off as Kaminari or Ashido, but I am having some problems with certain calculations we're using. Certainly, I'd also be more than willing to help out the two of you and make it so you pass. A strange air of maturity came from her as her kindness touched a lot of people. You mind helping me out as well? I'm not that bad off, but I could still use a little help with some of my studies as well. Certainly, I'd be more than happy to assist you all. We can even do a group study session as a way to have everyone on the same track. I'll even offer to get everyone their favorite tea as a way to help stimulate their minds to do better. The aura of sincerity coming off Yaoyorozu was rather intense for me, to the point it was painful to be 2 desks in front of her. She's just so pure-hearted. It's hard to resist the kindness she's giving. Oi, Katsumi brought my attention to her to see her lean her head back. Me and Ochako are doing a study session every afternoon going forward until the exams. We'll also be practice fighting to get us on par with what they'll have us do. By the time the exams come, we'll be kicking ass and getting the top marks. A smirk came on her face, knowing she had full intentions of passing this exam and prove she's better than Iida and Yaoyorozu. Granted, she was third in the midterms by only a few points where she should be safe. Though I'm not looking away from any extra help, and I'm sure Ochako won't either. Fair enough. Ooh, a love triangle study session. I started to go red with Ishido's comment, with Katsumi motioning her to come closer to her. The fact she did this calmly surprised everyone a bit as our classmates slowly came close to her face. In one motion, Katsumi flicked Ishido's forehead with her wincing in pain. Focus on your own fucking studying. Unlike either one of us, you had to take remedial lessons with Braindead and Frenchie over there. We all glanced at Kaminari, who was cleaning his ear with his pinky and sniffing the contents, while Aoyama was setting up his desk with a tablecloth and a bottle of wine for some reason. The fuck? Can anyone tell me why the hell he gets to drink wine, but if we're caught with an ounce of alcohol in our dorm room, we get suspended? Best not to ask questions and ignore it to avoid causing waves. I cleared my throat before standing up. Anyway, how about we get together after class in my room for studying? What are you studying? Don't make this sound dirty. Ishido, Mina, Pinky, Katsumi, Ochako and I shouted in irritation to try and avoid this sounding more awkward than it already was. It's just studying for the finals. Nothing more. Sure it is. Bendy smirked inside me, with Alice coming over with a raw trout to smack him over the face with it. Why did you hit me with a trout? Because the mackerel wasn't fresh. 10 years knowing that joke and I still don't get it. I began walking out with Ochako and Katsumi to head towards the cafeteria to get lunch before going over with them what we do for training and studying for the week. Later that day, after class was over, Ochako, Katsumi and I changed and met up in my room. There, we began going over what we already knew well in our studies, as well as what we were having some difficulties with. On Ochako's case, she had more problems with things than we did. She did though get some things a little better when I showed her some of my little rhymes for remembering stuff or short abbreviations on my flashcards. She was beyond excited knowing she'd be able to do much better. Granted, her B average isn't something to look at with problems. She did want to score really well on the finals as something to take some pride in and show she's growing. Katsumi though, she had problems with the fact I had easier ways to memorize stuff instead of memorizing it as is in her mind. She even stated something along the lines of, "This is the reason why you get lower grades than me, but we all have our own way of memorizing stuff." Alright, let's see what you've got, Ochako. After finishing up about 2 hours of studying to the point we all needed to get some kind of exercise to pull the sleepies off us, we started our physical training. Right. Our training, since we found out it was most likely going to be robots like the entrance exam, consisted of Ochako floating boulders up while keeping them there for 5 minutes while me and Katsumi ran around trying to break as many boulders as possible in the air. The goal of this was to increase my skill of OFA and Ink Maker and Katsumi's control over her explosions, while simultaneously increasing our speeds to destroy more than we did in the entrance exams, since the chances of hero points being in this one might not be a thing. Both me and Katsumi got into a running stance with Ochako sitting on a boulder between us. Tell us when. I glanced up at her with Ochako holding my chicken egg timer. Go. Me and Katsumi darted for the boulders with my ink creating knuckle bracers for me while I activated OFA. Meanwhile, Katsumi used her explosions to get an early lead on me. Suck it, Izuku. I'm getting first. Like I'll lose to you. Katsumi got to the boulders first to destroy 3 right off the bat before I could destroy 1. However, I had a plan where I would punch the first boulder and make my bracer launch off and destroy another 2 boulders to get me and Katsumi on the same level. 3 for Katsumi, 3 for Izuku. Ochako said this to herself as she used counters to keep track of our scores. As she did, I started to use Ink Maker to create springs on my feet to get more height and break through boulders faster. Both me and Katsumi were neck and neck with neither one of us giving an inch. It began getting to the point where it was more about proving we weren't below the other. It was kinda exciting and fun in a way. Once we were near the final minute mark, I started wanting to see how high I can take myself to begin activating OFA at a higher percentage. OFA. Full cowling 8%. My speed increased amazingly, with it making me take down a lot of boulders in a faster time span with less force behind my punches. Easy as pie. Oof. I hit a tree face first, not realizing just how fast I was for the sound of a clucking chicken of my timer to be heard. That's time. Snort. You okay, Izuku? Ochako asked while holding back the urge to laugh, seeing me with a mark on my face from where I went into the tree. Yeah, just didn't see that tree until it was too late. Snort. Your face looks priceless where you've got the mark. It's like a perfect line down your face. Katsumi kept laughing with her holding her sides. Alright, can we see how we scored before Katsumi busts a gut? I asked for Ochako to hold up both timers. Draw. The one you missed would have had you won though, Katsumi. What do you mean? I missed one. Ochako pointed to the one boulder that had scorch marks on it but was still in one piece. You looked away when you heard a thud from Izuku hitting the tree. Katsumi tried to look away as if she didn't know what we were talking about for Ochako to laugh. It's so cute how you try not to care about Izuku sometimes when you genuinely were. Shut up. I know he does stupid shit, so it's obvious. I'll make sure he's okay. We started to laugh at Katsumi's argument with her face turning red. Shut up. Ha ha ha. Come on. It's kinda funny that you're making an excuse to worry about me. Do you honestly give me reason not to? I stopped laughing at this for her to raise an eyebrow. My point exactly. Anyway, let's get this going again so we can beat our record. Ochako, raise up more boulders this time. We were running out before. I'll do that if you can find them. We stopped for a sec to try and find a better way to handle this. I wonder if Ponytail can make targets for us to hit to make it more difficult and easier to hunt down. Something tells me she's struggling already to teach her group of people studying with her. I pointed this out, reminding Katsumi about the fact Yaoyorozu is teaching Ashido and Kaminari to know she'd have her hands full. Izuku pav. The week passed fairly quickly for all of us with our own studying working in our own way. Thanks to Yaoyorozu, Ashido and Kaminari had a fairly decent handle on what they had to relearn to the point they felt confident in themselves. I'm not sure if it was good enough to pass, but they without a doubt made progress. Meanwhile, Ochako, Katsumi and I had continued our own training and studying. Ochako was able to get an even better handle on the info where she seemed to get almost as high on our practice tests as me and Katsumi. Today though was the moment of truth. The exam. We stared into the jaws of the beast and faced it without fear. At least, that's how I think the saying goes. Alright, pencils down. Last person of each row, please collect the answer sheets. Mr. Aizawa's mentioned this for some of us to have some confidence in how we did. It was mainly our bottom two, but it was nice to see them confident for once. Change and meet me outside near the buses for the physical exam now. We did as our teacher said to grab our uniforms and start heading down towards the buses. Once there, we waited for a few minutes before the teachers started to walk out to raise some red flags with us. Something ain't right here, Izuku. These guys don't sit right with me, says the ink demon that does nothing but make problems. Hello Class A, I'm certain you all are aware to some degree what you are doing thanks to your little information gathering. Heck yeah, robots. Easy A for us. Something tells me those two are going to eat their words in the next 5 minutes. Well, due to the recent encounters we've had, UA had decided that having you face robots may be a little easy for an exam and not represent our school's motto of going plus ultra. As such, you all will be facing us, the teachers. Isn't that exciting? No, that's the crappiest idea I've ever had, and I've had some crappy ones. Everyone looked at Bendy, who was poking out of my body with Mr. Aizawa staring blankly at me. It's him saying this, not me. Again, no different than Dark Shadow. I pushed Bendy's head back into me as Nezu continued to explain what's going to happen. From what he said, we were going to fight 2-on-1 against the teachers. The teams and opponents were pre-selected already, with the teachers holding back and having weights put on as a way to reduce their reaction time. Our goal was to subdue the teachers by placing a pair of cuffs we were given escape the area for help. Once the teams were picked, I found myself paired with Mineta of all people for it to confuse me. So why am I paired with Midoriya? Because you two will be facing me. We turned around to see Midnight looking at us with her same disturbing gaze that makes Katsumi want to kill her. Don't worry, I'll be gentle for your first time. Oh yeah baby, give me a good time. Bendy popped out with drool coming out of him to irritate me and Alice. I half want to believe he was the reason I'm paired with Midnight. Turning to Ochako and Katsumi, they seemed to glare at our female teacher with the urge to kill her. Deku, do not be swayed by this harlot's sagging boobs. My breasts aren't sagging. I'm only 30, and you know how to work your ow. What did you do that for? Alice began repeatedly hitting Bendy over the head with a rolling pin in anger. Stop talking like a pervert. All right, hop on the bus and begin heading towards the exam areas you're assigned. Mr. Aizawa mentioned this for me and Mineta to begin walking onto the bus. I was going to sit beside him to try and make a plan, but was grabbed by Ms. Midnight. Come here a second, Midoriya. I'd like to talk with you. Okay. You bastard. Not only do you get to have fun with Uraraka and Bakugo, but now you have Midnight showing you a good time. I hope you die. Alice came behind Mineta with a frying pan to temporarily knock him out. Thank you. I spoke this to myself as I sat beside my teacher. So what did you want to talk about? I've seen you, Bakugo and Uraraka spending more time together recently. Is there anything special there? And no. I averted eye contact in hopes to avoid any strange moments. Really? Because having a picture of the three of you kissing says otherwise. She held up a picture of us kissing on her phone. I'm not judging on who you are in a relationship with or not. To be fair, I'm probably one of the few teachers that won't. Sigh thanks. Well, with that said now, I'd like to ask you about your relationship and how it's gone thus far. Tell me, have you sealed the deal with either one yet? I did a spit take from that with Ms. Midnight rolling her eyes. Come on, it was a serious question that you could answer. I wouldn't say anything like that. It's private. Is he talking about how many times he faps a day? Mineta shouted from the back for Alice to roll her eyes and pull out the massive can of what we call, pervert be gone. She sprayed him for my classmate to act like a cockroach falling on his back dying. What is that? It works wonders. My patented invention. It's male sweat, vinegar, pepper spray, bleach, those jalapenos that Katsumi likes that makes you feel like your eyes are bleeding if the juice gets in them, and gasoline for those that refuse to take the hint. For the exceptionally hard ones, just spray in. Alice lit a small match while smiling. Light a match. She dropped it on Mineta for him to scream in pain. It be UUURRRRRRRRNNNNNNSSSSSS. Quote. You know Alice doesn't like you. Why you choose to not have a filter around her is beyond my understanding, and whatever punishment she gives to you is just as much your fault as hers. The bus stopped for Ms. Midnight to get up. All right, we're here, so you may wish to put him out. She pointed at Mineta, who was still on fire, to have Alice douse him down with water. We entered into the area and began walking towards the center of the area with Midnight staying behind us. Okay, so we're facing Midnight. We should talk about some kind of strategy to beat her. If we're taking the consideration that she's going to anticipate us fighting her from a distance, our best bet would be finding a way to get close and personal. Though she's a pro, her abilities as a hand-to-hand combat specialist could easily be better. Dude, you're overthinking this. Unlike you, I'm already prepared with a plan. I stopped when Mineta said this to be surprised. All you have to do is get close enough to her and rub those gigantic knockers until you can't anymore. Immediately I stopped listening to realize what he said was more him talking perverse. This is getting nowhere. Alice, is Bendy prone to succumbing to Ms. Midnight's gas? I don't know. Maybe. I was hoping for a better answer, but I guess it's the best I could get considering what info we had. Before I could react, however, Midnight came behind Mineta with her body releasing a pinkish-purple gas. Crap, she was on top of us. How adorable to think that you two can discuss this here right now of all times. Shouldn't you have thought of waiting to go after me before getting a better plan? As Mineta breathed in the gas, he started to fall asleep and laid on the floor. Damn it, I jumped away as fast as I could with seeing Midnight hold a sadistic look. Gotta do something about the gas. I made a gas mask with my ink to make it easier to move around with Midnight's whip coming and nearly breaking it off. Alright, I don't care how hot you are. Nobody does that too. Bendy hopped out ready to fight before taking a whiff of the gas to fall flat on his face. You get affected by it too. Alice popped out with her inhaling the gas for nothing to happen. Wait, why am I safe from it? My gas works much better on men. For the most part, it affects your hormones. Since you're in all technicality a woman and from what I can tell, have no desire for women, it doesn't affect you. Well, since we have our quirk lesson for the day, I slowly went to grab Bendy before bolting with Alice as far away from Midnight as I could. Strategic withdrawal. Third person POV. Midnight stood in a bit of disbelief that Izuku ran as fast as he could away from her. Very well, it's more fun when the prey runs from the hunter. She licked her lip in a rather obscene way before striding forward after Izuku with her whip poised and ready to be used. As Izuku got a notable distance away, he placed Alice and Bendy down on the ground with the earlier trying to wake the ink demon up. Bendy. She started shaking him before eventually starting with slapping Bendy with irritation. Wake up, idiot, he's probably not going to wake up anytime soon. If what Ms. Midnight said was true, then he's going to be out cold for the rest of the exam. So for now he's just a useless perverted idiot. As she spoke, Bendy snored loudly for Alice to drop him and make a notable thud on the ground. So what's the plan now? If we're thinking logically here, you're the only one that will be able to fight her. Then again, you're not a fighter. Alice stopped a second before looking at Izuku. But I might be able to if we... No, I don't want to put you through that. I could barely hold control of Boris when he was like that and he's still depressed about that incident. But do you have much of a choice? Right now, if she cuts that gas mask you have, you're done for. Also, that doesn't completely work since it's not a real one. Izuku pulled the gas mask off to look at it. I don't fully understand how a gas mask works, so I'm hesitant going headfirst in the gas. Izuku, I understand you're scared, but right now, we don't have a lot of choices. Izuku looked at the options to try and help manage his situation the best he could. Oh, Midoriya, a shiver went down his spine when he heard Midnight speak up. I think it's time we stop this game of cat and mouse. Izuku jumped back to try and cover his mouth with the mask. Alice, do you think you can fight as you are? No. Mulling over the plans he has, he created a timer and calibrated it. 3 minutes. After that, I'm cutting you off. I'm not having a Boris incident happen again. Izuku sat down and gave a deep breath in before releasing his emotions. Let's go. Rage creation. Tendrils of black ink came out to inject into Alice with it looking like veins were popping out of her face as she grew and had her face deform and distort. Her white gloves turned pitch black and seemed more humane. Come out, Siren Alice. Alice stared at Midnight with her shaking a little. So this is what those rage creations he makes are. Now to see if what Nezu said was right. Remember Alice, 3 minutes. Ah, Alice gave a massive ringing for sound waves to echo towards the pro. Her ears felt like they were on the verge of popping. She was sent back with the distorted version of Alice smiling. I hope that hurt, Alice. Izuku spoke up for the ink being to turn to him. Remember, your cutoff is 3 minutes. Throw these cuffs on if you can. He tossed Alice the cuffs for her to smile. I can handle this in less time. She walked towards Midnight before clearing her throat. I hope you're ready, because you'll be hearing an angel sing front row. Few days prior. Third person POV. So why am I taking on Midoriya? I would have figured you'd use All Might to take on the boy instead. Midnight questions on this as the teachers of UA begin going over the new alterations to the first year final exams. We decided to go into assessing what the power of Izuku Midoriya's rage forms are capable of. From the past information we have from the incident as a child from both his and Katsumi Bakugo's first-hand experience as well as the USJ and the Hosu City incident. He has shown some form of control over these creations in the later, but ultimately they are upon a mystery of what their limits are. We can however gather and assess what they are most likely capable of in the aspect of what all three creations are. Nezu explained with Aizawa pulling out a few sets of papers. From what we can gather, each one of the three characters are the embodiment of something in regards to Midoriya's character if we look at what their characteristics are. Bendy is the manifestation of Midoriya's relaxed and happy-go-lucky nature. His sarcasm and sass is meant to resemble Midoriya's belief that things shouldn't be as serious as we sometimes make them. Alice is the manifestation of Midoriya's sophistication and controlled nature. Her strong verbal aspect and focus on refinement probably indicates he knows he has to be serious at times and must show some form of class instead of his normally childish act. Boris is the manifestation of Midoriya's voice of reason. His calm and collective nature indicates Midoriya's understanding of just stepping back, knowing when it's best to pull away from things and see them for what they actually are on the outside. With that, we have also deduced that the rage forms are indicated towards these things as well in a dark aspect. Nezu continued for Aizawa. From what we've seen, Bendy's sharp tongue is proof of the reason his rage form holds claws that are able to rip through anything. Such as when a tongue can cut better than any blade in the term, this is emphasized. In Boris's case, pulling back and trying to listen to reason gives you a stronger grip on things. This could be why his body is altered, since put in a bind, reason can go into blunt force of an opinion. If we're going off this aspect, Alice's rage form would be indicated to sound, since refined aspects in a dark aspect would be nothing but ear-deafening sounds. But again, why me? All Might would work in a far better way to put Midoriya in a corner and we could get a better understanding of his own limits. We have reason to believe that your quirk works on both Boris and Bendy. If this is true, this would leave Alice unaffected and force Midoriya to use his rage form, knowing there isn't much of an option. With this in mind, we'd be able to finalize our theory as well as minimize the damage if he does lose control. Nezu smiled before passing Midnight a set of specialty earplugs. These would help reduce the sound effect given if Alice does go on a rampage such as Boris and Bendy had. Your objective is to push this limit to the edge of Midoriya's control and see just what exactly we are dealing with in forms of control and strength of these beings. Midnight thought of this as the confides of what they were doing were understandable, but still hesitant, knowing the amount of danger Izuku himself was in during the USJ incident from what Recovery Girl said. And if he loses control, we have All Might on standby to de-escalate the situation if need be. Just focus on backing Midoriya into a corner to bring out the rage creation and handle the exam as you see fit. Back to present. So this is what this rage form is. I have to admit, it's more unsettling up close facing it than seeing them in photos and videos. Alice glared at Midnight with a smile being on her face. In an instant, the ink monstrosity closed the gap between them and released a massive soundwave to throw the pro back into a rock. I'll take that as a compliment. Alice cleared her throat before breathing in. As she exhaled, she began singing an opera tune with what sounded like music backing her. Amazing. It sounds like she's some kind of nymph. Izuku didn't understand as he got up and tried to move. Before he could react, Midnight got up and tried to attack the two. She stopped, however, when a strange barrier was around Izuku and Alice. What the? Did they disappear? She can't see us. Mongolia curtain. It allows me to cover anything inside it from view. Nothing can be seen, heard, sensed. It's like anything inside it doesn't even exist. Alice walked towards where the exit of the area was before turning back. If you remain in this area, I am able to fight without protecting you. She left the area with Izuku sitting back down in disbelief. I really gotta make sure I'm able to master these techniques. This is just plain awesome. Midnight noticed Alice come out of her barrier somewhat in disbelief. Just what did you do? Ignoring her, Alice continued to sing with now a strange sensation going on inside Midnight's head. What did you do? Cart guard. Alice began to sing louder for Midnight's head to feel like pins were being gouged into her. Unable to think straight, she began pulling her whip back to strike back. This succeeded in slicing off Alice's forearm, however it was quickly grown back as if it was nothing at all. The ink being then grabbed what was left of her detached forearm to reconstitute it into a whip. If you like making others your whipping people, then let's see how you like being whipped back. Alice attacked Midnight with her ink whip for it to slice through the clothing on Midnight's stomach and leave a strong sting on her skin. She can also alter her ink like the others can when in a normal state, huh? These things never cease to impress me. Midnight gave another attack to Alice's hand that was holding the whip. Unfortunately for her, the ink creature gave a similar attack that bound both whips together, preventing both from using them. Unbelievable. Just how smart are these? She couldn't finish her sentence as the pro was pulled up into the air by Alice yanking her with brute force before seeing the ink whip transform into knuckle bracers. Trying to brace for the impact, Midnight used the back of her wrists to shield her face as she saw Alice attempt a frontal attack. This was a diversion though, as she adjusted the target and gave a strike to the stomach instead. Seeing the actions taken, Izuku couldn't believe Alice was as strong as she was. I knew that this form enhanced their powers and that they're holding back, but Alice's power now is insane. Izuku glanced down at his timer to see it only had about a minute and a half left. She needs to wrap this up quickly though. A sharp pain came into Izuku's head, telling him that he was now feeling the drawbacks of using the rage creation. Alice stormed at Midnight, giving several punches again and again for the pro to dodge them. She's faster and stronger, but her skills as a fighter are lacking everywhere. A loud supersonic attack came at Midnight for her ears to ring before being thrown back. Once she hit a boulder, the pro recovered to dodge another blow from Alice. This is without a doubt what Nezu and Aizawa predicted. Unlike her other ink allies, she doesn't have much fighting ability and is more directly one for long-range attacks. We could argue that the fact she can think and act on her own to the point she can speak as well could also be an enhancement. Midnight dodged another attack before punching off Alice's head to be a little taken back. That wasn't nice. It talks. I'm made of ink. You can't hurt me that easily. The ink from Alice's head melts down and moves back to Alice to reform the formerly severed head to give a supersonic attack. Back in her barrier, Izuku realized the time she had now was now only 30 seconds, with it being dragged out longer than even he could think. I need to think up a counter strategy when the timer runs out. As things stand now, Alice won't end it in the time I gave her. But how? Izuku glanced down at the cuffs outside the barrier that Alice dropped during her attack before getting an idea. Alice continued her attacks with sound and punches, as well as increasing the speed in which she was acting on. This came as she began realizing she was sensing the time allotment Izuku gave her wearing thin. 15 seconds. Can I do it in that time? She questioned as she grabbed Midnight's arm and held her down on the ground. I need to bind her somehow to make sure Izuku can win. But the ink I have is getting spread thin. Alice. The ink creation looked up to see Izuku storming towards them. Hold her just like that. Izuku pulled the cuffs out while counting backwards. 3. Alice held on to Midnight as best she could while preparing for the exact moment she needed. 2. At the last possible microsecond, Alice jumped off the ground for Izuku to latch the cuffs onto Midnight's wrist as both spoke out. 1. Alice's ink began re-altering to become her original self again as her and Izuku fell and began rolling on the ground. While getting up, the sound of the announcer went off for it to finalize the exam. Izuku Midoriya has passed the final exam. Thank God. Izuku fell face first into the dirt before rolling over. Alice. You alright? Yes. But my body can't move. Do you mind if I go back now? He. You earned the rest. Unlike a certain devil we both know. Both laughed before Alice altered her shape to transform back into ink and return inside Izuku's body. As he laid on the ground, the throbbing pain of using rage creation came to him, forcing the green-haired boy to wince in pain. Are you okay? Midnight asked, looking down to Izuku. Yeah, just a side effect of using my one technique. Think of it as overusing your brain and having a headache. You could also consider it like waking up with a hangover or going to bed angry and waking up. Sounds painful. It is painful. But then again, I wanted to find a way to use that power and I did it. Izuku smirked before holding up his hand with all 5 fingers extended. For 5 minutes, I can use that on one of my friends. Their self-control won't go as long as I can use it. Midnight's eyes widened at this. How do you learn to do this? I asked All Might for help. When nobody was around, we'd train it and try to increase the time we'd use for it. I decided to try and master it after the USJ, and I was finally able to find a way to get through to the rage manifestations, even if it's just for a small amount of time. Izuku winced again in pain as he held his head. I'm not fond of trying to deal with the headache though. Are you able to stand? As Midnight asked, Boris came out to help Izuku up and assist in bringing him out of the area. I've got him. The group of 3 began walking out of the training area before stopping for midnight to pick up Mineta by his costume. So is it safe to assume he failed? Most likely. Well, at least the girls won't have to worry about him spying on them. He's going to be in a shock when we explain what the reality of this camp will be. Midnight kept this thought to herself as they loaded back onto the bus and drove back to the school. Izuku paused. All right everyone. Grab what you need and reunite here in half an hour. Shut up. 4 Eyes. If you learn to loosen up a bit, women might actually not be ashamed to be around someone with a stick so far up their ass they can taste it. Thanks to a last-minute change of the training camp, we all were allowed to go. Unfortunately, some of our classmates that failed were forced to take remedial lessons during this. Before the weekend, Mr. Aizawa gave us a list of things to have by Monday. You could be a little nicer to Iida, Kacchan. It's not gonna kill you. As a whole, we decided to head out towards the mall to grab everything we needed to and possibly make the effort a little less of a task and more of a fun outing. He could at least stop being a stick in the mud. Yeah, Iida could be a little less straight-laced. Ochako agreed with Kacchan for it to be another arrow pierced through our friend. But I do agree with Deku a little. He isn't a bad guy to the point you had to insult his relationship with women. You wanna get with a stick in the mud like him? Well, obviously not, but still don't think you had to go there. Can we please stop insulting Iida? He looks like he's about one bad comment away from hiding in a corner growing mushrooms. I tried to end the comments before turning to see Alice trying to pull him out of a corner doing the exact thing I was trying to avoid. Too late. Any decisions on how to handle everyone's lists, Midoriya? Yaoyorozu asked me for it to probably be easier in my head for everyone not to make as big of a deal out of this. Just go where you need to and make sure to come back here before 5. If you don't, you're going to have to explain to Mr. Aizawa why you're late returning to campus yourself. Fair enough. Come on Ochako. Let's get some stuff. Both Kacchan and Ochako began dragging me away with the guys staring at me for a minute somewhat worried and or envious in Mineta and Kaminari's case. Have fun, Ashido shouted at us with a little bit of a joking manner for it to be only me, Kacchan and Ochako in our group. So what do you girls have to get? Bug spray. New laces for my boots. Also another stick of deodorant since mine's almost dead. That's what that smell is. Sheesh. Hate to break it to you honey, but it's already dia smack. Alice stopped Bendy from finishing his comment by hitting him with an oversized paddle. Thank you. By the way, what do you need, Deku? Nothing special. Probably just a few more weights to try and increase my strength. Awesome. Let's get the stuff and maybe have a little fun window shopping. Ochako cheered saying this as we began heading towards a home goods store to get Kacchan and Ochako's things. Surprisingly, they were able to get everything they needed in a single place, which surprised me. I honestly expected the laces would require us to go to a shoe store. Our next stop was a fitness store where they had a large variety of weights and such. As we were in the store, a couple of guys came in and noticed Kacchan looking at some of the protein shake varieties they had. Hey honey, want some advice on some protein shakes? Nah, I do my research on shit and this stuff is just an open appearance that does nothing. Also, I'm not looking for bulking up. So you're trying to trim down. Maybe we could help you out with that. We know a good trick that you might really enjoy. Before you go any farther in trying to pick me up, my boyfriend's right there, Pencil Dick. She pointed at me with it making me give a passive-aggressive smile at them. The twig, huh, I bet he's gotta take performance-enhancing shit to get it up. One of the guys began laughing with the other guy trying not to laugh while pretending to be a good person. Come on dude, maybe she snicker likes him as a person more than he that way. He was a bad liar to the point it was known to anyone that he was actually making fun of me in his mind. Having enough of it, Kacchan walked over to me, grabbed my head, and pushed her lips into mine. I was beyond amazed by how bold she was with Ochako behind us just as shocked. The guys that tried to hit on her though were beyond irritated. When she let me go for some air, she turned back to the guys while licking her lips. Maybe next time I should avoid sucking your dick before coming here. I'm sure piss stains like these two could tell where my mouth's been to think I'm fair game. We began walking to the register with the one that tried to hold back insulting me starting to get mad. Why you fucking little bra ow. I dropped 2 weights on their feet for it to shut up the idiots before paying for what I had to and taking the girls out of the store. Once gone, I turned to Kacchan who held a confident smirk on her face. You had to add insult to injury, didn't you? Hey, you're the one who dropped the weights on their feet. I only gave them a show that I'd have priced them for if they wanted to see it. You both were a little too over the top in there. Who are you both fooling? No, we were protective. That's a huge difference. Me and Kacchan argued this for Ochako to roll her eyes. Whatever. Let's just see what we can do around here. Kacchan began walking around the mall with me and Ochako following her. We found ourselves a mini golf area to decide to play around. It was kinda fun, except for the moment when Kacchan was getting really angry at the small spinning windmill that kept knocking her ball away. We were able to calm her down enough from shoving her club up some guy's butt who kept laughing at her failed attempts, but we had to leave soon after for causing a scene. Afterwards, we decided to head towards a small cosmetic shop where Alice hopped out and began looking at what they had. But when one of them began melting her face, she panicked and went back inside me for the employee who sprayed it on to question me about it. Fortunately, we weren't immediately pulled out of this for Ochako and Kacchan to enjoy themselves some more. Once this was done, we decided to have some lunch and enjoy relaxing in the food court. Well, this was a bust. They call these hot pepper bombs and they're hardly even able to make me sweat. Kacchan pointed this out as she tossed a fried hot pepper in her mouth. Still tastes really good with whatever batter they fried it in. Tastes like they put some hot chili pepper flakes in it too. The fact you can toss those back like nothing is beyond me. I was somewhat disturbed by her sudden satisfaction before continuing on with the yakisoba I ordered. I like the fact though they have Western food here too. Munch munch, the burgers are really good. Ochako held a confident smirk as she kept eating her food. Did they remember the pickles? Both stared at me with a blank stare before responding. Of course you'd recite SpongeBob. Could you blame him? Half the time, he's got cartoons in his head. Bendy popped out to sit on my lap with his arms behind his head and one leg crossing the other. And I should know, I took a wrong turn and ended up in Albuquerque in his head. Oh come on, who hasn't wanted to know what Albuquerque is when they hear it said by Bugs Bunny? We laughed a little at this before I noticed Ishido and the rest of our female classmates sitting at a table with mustaches and sunglasses on. So, do those 5 look familiar to you too? Kacchan and Ochako looked to see them sitting at their table trying hard not to stand out, but failing horribly. They can't think we're that stupid not to realize it's them. I don't know, they are good with their disguises. I almost couldn't tell it was them. I smirked at this for Kacchan to roll her eyes. As she did, a thought came into her head. Hey, Deku, why don't you, me and Ochako play a little prank on them? Okay, what did you have in? As I was talking, Kacchan got up and sat on my lap with her face in front of mine. What are you do MMPH? She immediately shoved her lips into mine and began kissing me for the amount of steam off her face to be felt as well as my heart skipping about 5 beats a minute. When she pulled away, I could see a trail of saliva connecting our mouths before she turned and looked at Ochako. So you wanna take the top or the bottom half first? Several people in the food court spat what they were eating or began coughing at this for Ochako to even go red. Maybe we should go somewhere a little more private. I hear the 3rd floor has a nice bathroom and a few large stalls. Kacchan, Katsumi. Both me and Ochako shouted with her pulling us up towards the 3rd floor. Several of the people we passed that heard her comment gave side glances or scowls at how bold the comment was with our classmates following us. They're such idiots. Kacchan made this comment before we turned towards the restroom areas and hid behind a wall. Ishido came running towards the entrance to the bathrooms panicking thinking she lost us. Where did they go? They probably went into a bathroom stall if what Bakugo said was true. I don't think this is right to do. This is their own privacy. Yaoyorozu tried to explain what they were doing was wrong with Ishido not having anything to do with it. They lost the right to be private when Katsumi made a comment about them doing a threesome. Jiro and Sue, check the girls' bathroom. Yaomomo and Toru, with me. They went into the bathrooms with Ishido and Hagakure dragging Yaoyorozu into the guys' bathroom with her trying to let go. A few seconds went by before we heard screams of both men and Yaoyorozu from the guy's bathroom. Ah, perverts. Some guys came running out of the bathroom with Kacchan holding back every urge to bust out laughing. Soon enough, we heard screams from the girls' room for some women to run out. Kya, perverts. We're women. That shouldn't count. Tell that to my right to handle nature without having a door kicked open. We could hardly hold back the laughter anymore with Yaoyorozu coming out of the boys' bathroom holding her face with her head red as a tomato. I can never look at another man the same again. So you saw a few guys' packages who were taking a leak, big whoop. Ashido played off what they did as nothing with Yaoyorozu turning and shouting at her. Says you, how many men have you seen without something covering, down there? 5 not counting the guys in our class through the peephole in the changing room. Everyone stared at her blankly for a minute before she explained. What? It's not like we're too young to know what a guy looks like without anything on. Also my friends were curious what a guy looks like to sneak a few pics of them changing in my old school. Ahahahahahaha. We couldn't hold back laughing anymore to make ourselves known in the bushes. I was on the ground about ready to pee myself from how funny Kacchan's little prank was for everyone to see us. You've been there this entire time. Jiro shouted at us with all of us still laughing, especially at the face Yaoyorozu was making knowing she didn't have to go inside the bathroom. No offense giggle, but you kinda deserved it for butting into someone else's business. Ochako could barely say this with her on the floor in tears from laughing so hard. This isn't funny. What would you say if you found out Midoriya saw some women's privates? You think I don't know about the porn mag under his bed? Kacchan said this for me to stop laughing immediately to look at her. Oh come on, you think I wouldn't know where the fuck to look to find dirty shit? The hag mentioned to me how to look for a guy's dirty stash from her own experience with my old man. I'm also not judging you for this, but not gonna let you live it down. Now feeling a little humiliated myself, I got up with Ochako and Kacchan calming down from their laughing spree. Anyway, we should probably get going. It's getting to about the time we needed to meet up with everyone. I feel so ashamed of myself right now. Yaoyorozu held her head in shame for Alice to come out to comfort her. You know, now that you mentioned it, does Alice and the rest of your ink guys know about that stash you have? Ashido asks for Alice to turn and explain. We do, but we'd rather not point that out in public. Most people wouldn't exactly care, but that doesn't mean people want to hear about what you do when you're alone. Privacy behind closed doors avoids perverseness in modern everyday life. Huh, I never thought of it that way. Guess keeping the skeletons in the closet helps avoid problems even if they are for the most part healthy skeletons. Can we please get off this topic of what I do when I'm alone? It's embarrassing. I stated this while walking towards the entrance hoping to settle the issue right there and then. Izuku Pav. The weekend passed quickly for everyone with the day of departure for camp coming. I was a little excited for it since I could enjoy some of the more pleasurable things about being a high schooler. Not only that, but me and Kacchan kinda couldn't go on our 3rd-year trip thanks to All Might's training. Personally, I think Kacchan wants to do this more as a way to make up for what she couldn't before. Hey, Deku, you excited for today? Ochako came rushing over with her face practically beaming with joy. Yeah, you seem really hyped too. Heck yeah I am. I couldn't go on my 3rd-year trip since my family couldn't afford it. So even though I can't go back and do it over again, I'm gonna make the most of it now. She began cheering with Kaminari and Ashido chanting, "Camp," with her. It made me happy knowing she was so happy about it, at least before someone had to ruin our good time. Oh, I heard some of Class A's students failed the final exam and has to take remedial classes. Aren't you supposed said to be oh so better than US of Class B? Such shame you must be feeling right no MMPH. I shut Monoma up with a splatter of ink covering his mouth for me to get a word in. You know, you'd be a lot more liked if you know when to shut your mouth. Also, from what I heard from Kendo, you failed yours, so you out of everyone in Class B have zero room to argue. What did you take on, robots or teachers? Robots. Kendo came over somewhat annoyed for me to look at Monoma with a smirk. So obviously we're going to have people fail. We were facing the teachers in a 2-on-1 match while you were off facing a less dangerous threat. Let me guess, 1-on-1 with the robots. I glanced up for Kendo to nod. So how about we hear your excuse on why you couldn't win? I pulled the ink off of Monoma's mouth for him to speak up. Not my fault. I wasn't paired with anyone whose quirk I could copy. So you're blaming your failure on your lack of ability to perform without help while we are facing opponents where even with help, the chances of success were very slim. Tell me where our class having more that failed the final than yours makes you better than us if we had the harder test. Because more of you failed. A harder test than you which everyone took to get into UA that was normal. The next time you want to make a snobby comment, why don't you start by having something that actually can make you better than us without digging? I walked away with Monoma trying to come after me. It was only until Bendy popped out of me to spray him with seltzer that he backed off. Stupid raccoon. I'm a devil, pencil dick. Get it right. He gave Monoma the middle finger for Kendo to start laughing hysterically. Did you have to flip off Monoma? He called me a raccoon and tried to pick a fight. I rolled my eyes before seeing Mr. Aizawa, who was motioning everyone on the bus. We got on for Ochako and Kacchan to raise their hands up to motion me towards them. I sat between the two with the bus beginning to start up. Before we got going though, Boris came out to buckle us into position and smile at me. Safety first. He went back in for the three of us to stare and unbuckle ourselves, knowing it would be annoying to have them on for long periods of time on a bus. Don't blame me if you get hurt then. More accidents happen on the road than anywhere else. I can't blame him for doing what he did. I felt kinda silly now not buckling for the rest of the class to start doing their own thing. I decided to bring out my phone to start playing a few cartoons for me and the girls to watch. Anyone have a cartoon in specific they wanna watch? Ya got Rick and Morty on there. Ew. The old man is weird and gross and gets Morty into a lot of things that he shouldn't be in. Please something else. I scrolled down my list of shows I watched to find some Looney Tunes from the original series. Anyone wanna watch the Looney Tunes? Okay. Both agreed to have me plug in a cord that allowed 3 different earbuds to be connected and have us watch it to pass the time. We enjoyed a few laughs from it before the feeling of the bus moving started to make us all doze off a little and fall asleep. Before I did though, I noticed Alice stop the shows and take my phone out of the app I was using in hopes to help me conserve my energy. I smiled knowing I had my friends to watch me back before passing out. 2 hours later, I started to wake up and feel us not moving anymore to look out and see we're in the middle of nowhere. The only thing anywhere near where we were was an overhang with a forest in front of it. Midoriya, Uraraka, Bakugo. Off the bus, Mr. Aizawa spoke up for both Ochako and Kacchan to start waking up a little groggy. We were brought out towards the rest of the class who had stretched their legs to pull off the fatigue from the long ride. So any idea where the hell we are? Kacchan spoke up while yawning a little. Don't know. I woke up literally a minute before you two. Mr. Aizawa got in the middle of everyone for it to hopefully clear up some problems. Alright, to make things simple, we're almost at the camp. However, we're here to make a quick detour before the bus officially goes to the camp. That's a weird way to say it like that. Bendy's comment made me double think what we were doing here before a car that was in the area opened up on the driver's and passenger's side. Hey Eraser. Long time no see. Wait, where have I heard this name before? Kacchan asked with the name ringing a bell to me. Oh, is it who I think it is? 2 people came out wearing cat outfits for me to jump for joy. Your feline fantasies are here. Say meow. Perfectly cute and cat-like girls. You can call us the wild pussycats. A silence was with everyone before Bendy popped out of me and began catcalling them. Asterisk whistle asterisk damn. Now these are some cats I'd love to have rub up against meow ow ow. You really don't know when to stop, do you? Alice began pulling Bendy's ear to bring him back towards me for them both to hop back in my body. Huh, what do you know? Aizawa was right about this guy and those weird ink things. Sorry, Bendy kinda has a mind of his own. Alice tries to keep him in line, but I trailed off explaining it's not as easy to keep him in check as I'd prefer. Fair enough. Those with sentient quirks do tend to have ones that are kinda unruly. Getting back on track, the Pussycats will be helping us this week for our training camp. As a 4-person mountain rescue team, it's only natural that they're helping us out. That's right, Mandalay, who was the woman with brown hair and a red-themed outfit, smiled while pointing at the foot of a mountain. Right there is our agency at the foot of the mountain. Right now it's about 9, so it should take you around 3 hours to get there. Anyone that doesn't get there by noon doesn't get lunch. Now I see what you meant, Bendy. This isn't gonna be fun. We immediately turned around to see Mandalay in front of the bus with her paws on the dirt activating her quirk to send us all over the edge of the cliff. I'll remember your face, cat bitch. Kacchan shouted in anger as I went towards the bottom of where our class was to activate Ink Maker and create a giant pillow for us to land on. Fortunately, nobody got hurt for all of us to roll of the ink pillow. Fucking cat bitch. Next time you wanna throw someone off a cliff, at least make sure that you don't have to worry about someone getting hurt. Or maybe just have me make a pillow to fall on. I tried to poke holes in Kacchan's argument for her to point at me. That's besides the point. Just so you know, this is privately owned land, so you can use your quirks as much as you want here. Mandalay shouted at us from above the cliff for it to confuse all of us for a minute. Did she just ignore what I said? Just let it go, Kacchan. Something tells me we'll need to worry about something else. We turned around when we began feeling loud shaking to see a giant monster with earth covering it staring at us. Wasn't that blonde able to use earth or some shit? Pixie Bob. Yeah, good. Then this thing is probably her doing. Kacchan flew off with her explosions towards the monster with her enraged smile. That means the anger I have on her is going to be blown off on you, dirt shit. She destroyed the thing with Mineta about to be hit by some of the stray pieces of earth before I made a lasso of ink and pulled him away. I kinda wish I didn't since I found out what he had done to himself. Dang, Midori, what do you see in Katsumi that makes you overlook her aggressive side? She seems more like a mindless meathead above all else. Ashido came over to ask with Kacchan overhearing her. I heard that, demonic Kirby. She's really nice underneath her rough exterior. Ah. Sweet under the sour. Can you stop talking about me and focus on the things in front of us? It wasn't alone. Kacchan put our attention on several of the monsters similar to the one that she destroyed coming out of the forest. I created a katana made out of ink and began doing some karate poses. Dwa. Whatifdeku. Quote. What are you doing? Jiro asked looking back at me. Comedy relief. Get the edge off of the situation and you know what, let's get real now. I put the ink katana away before activating OFA and going right through one of the dirt monsters in strength alone. As this happened, I let Boris, Alice and Bendy out for them to hold an axe, saw and spear in their hands. Attack. Bendy shouted for them to go after a dirt monster before it stomped on them and turned them into ink. Quote. Well, that backfired greatly. I used OFA again to break the monster's foot and let my friends reform again. You may just wanna sit this one out. Nuts. The three spoke in unison as my class continued to attack how we could. Several hours later, the sun began to set with all of us arriving. Fighting off dirt monster after dirt monster left all of us exhausted and unable to keep up anymore. Some of us were on the verge of collapsing with those that weren't unable to say or do anything that made a difference in our situation. 3 hours my ass. I shouted this while falling on the ground with some of my other classmates. I guess we gauged it wrong. It would have taken us 3 with no real problems, so we thought it might be possible for you all. I thought it would take you even longer. Pixie Bob began smiling before looking at all of us with a strange gaze. In all honesty though, you all did an amazing job. Especially, you 3 kittens. She pointed at me, Todoroki and Iida before lunging at us. I call dibs on these 3 kittens. I'll groom them myself. She was stopped though by Alice coming out and holding a frying pan in front of her face. A lady must never act in such a fashion. If you truly do wish for a lover, going down this route will not get you one and instead, cause more problems than needed. That and also Deku belongs to us. Ochako and Kacchan shouted for Pixie Bob to stand up and look at them. She pointed at me for the 2 to nod for her head to go down. Aw man, even the younger good men are getting taken these days. The only ones available left that are attractive are just looking for an affair or gay. Mr. Aizawa looked at Mandalay very confused before asking about it. Has she always been like that? She's reaching an age where she'd need to find a mate. Obviously she's taking this a little too far at times. As she said this, I noticed a child near Mandalay. So serious question, Whose kid is that? Oh, this is my nephew, Kota. He's staying with us for personal reasons. I got up from the ground and walked over towards the kid to hold out my hand. Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you. I waited a moment for him to give his hand out before seeing him hit me in my middle leg. Holy crap, that kid has awesome aim. Bendy hopped out of me to help me up. Oi, we'll need that later in life. Kachan shouted for Kota to walking out of the area. Hey, get back here. Why should I care what a bunch of corny people who say they're heroes? He stated this with Kachan about to go after him. Hey, get back here. Don't, Kachan, it's not worth it. I stood up from the hit for the shout that the kid said in curiosity. That was a weird comment. I wonder what happened in life to make him think that. Ochako Pav. Ah, this feels amazing. After being able to eat a nice home-cooked dinner by the Pussycats, we were able to bathe in their open-air baths with the water feeling beyond amazing. I've never taken an open-air bath. It feels really nice. It really does have some merits. Momo smiled at me while explaining some of the benefits of open-air bathing with Katsumi still looking a little irritated. What's wrong, Bakugo? Still mad that the kid almost ruined your chances of having little Midori's running around you? Mina hit it right on the mark for her to scowl. Oh, come off it. I'm sure if it took that much to sterilize men, most guys at our age would be infertile by now. Come to think of it, the kid seemed to be really off. Kinda like he has some kind of issues. I mean, calling us corny. That's weird. Kyoka did make a point here to make me think on it. Come to think about it, that does seem a little weird. I glanced over to see the Kota kid sitting up while looking over the boy's side. Is he okay up there? I pulled everyone's attention towards him before we saw him speak up while talking to Mineta from the hair. Before you can become a hero, learn how to be a decent person. Well, at least he's handled before it becomes a problem. He really needs to learn a lesson. Probably not realizing anything, he glanced over towards us with Mina having no modesty smiling while sitting on the edge and giving a thumbs up. Thanks Kota. I wasn't sure if it was more the heat or the fact he saw us naked, but he went head first over towards the boy's side. Holy shit, someone get the kid, Katsumi shouted for there to be a thud on the other side. He okay? Yeah, I made it in time. Deku spoke up from the other side for it to be a relief on all of us. I'm not sure if he got hurt, but I'm gonna take him to Mandalay. Keep us posted if something pops up, okay? Right. Katsumi walked back into the water next to me with everyone staring at her. The fuck you all looking at? You seemed strangely caring for Kota after he fell. Momo pointed this out with Toru stating the confusion. You were really mad at him before this and all of a sudden you worry for him. The kid helped us out with avoiding me having to burn out the images of us naked in the little freak's mind. Not only that, but it's kinda this one's fault for not having a shred of modesty in hiding her body and giving the kid a full-on view of an adult-only scene. She pointed at Mina who didn't take to the argument so lightly. Also, just cause I'm pissed at the kid, doesn't mean I want him to die. I mean, we're heroes in training dammit. Our job is literally to help people. Even if he was a little shit to us outside, I give respect and merit where it's due. Honestly, I see him a lot like you though. Sue spoke up before Mina corrected her. Actually, he makes me think of Kota being what would happen if Midori and Bakugo had a kid. Don't say stupid shit like that. Everyone began laughing for me to stop and think of the comment. A kid with Deku. I thought about it before seeing a little boy with brown hair and a girl with green hair and freckles calling me mama. The thought was a little overwhelming for me to have my head go up and start spinning. And we lost Ochako. Mina started laughing at me with Katsumi walking over to grab me and drag me out of the bath. Kachan's helping her future pole sister. Can you stop saying shit that makes the author worry about putting a warning tag for obscene comments? We walked out of the area with my head going now a mile a minute. Before I could stop thinking, I was able to notice something weird. Smaller. Well, excuse me for being flatter than you. Katsumi shouted with me now realizing what I was saying and what she meant. Besides, who wants fucking huge-ass meat sacks anyway? They get in the way of fighting. I tried not saying anything knowing I kinda ticked her off not realizing to walk towards the changing area now able to have a clearer head. I wanna check on the kid. Get changed and follow me if you wanna make sure he's okay too. I nodded before going towards my things and putting on the clothes I planned to wear. 5 minutes later, after changing, Ochako and I began heading towards the Pussycats' main area to see Deku coming out. Kid okay. We pulled him out of his focus to realize us to nod. Nothing serious from what I've been told. Most likely too much heat rushed to his head. Should we tell him it's partly our fault for not covering up? Sounds right. Why was he up there anyway? Mr. Aizawa warned Mandalay of Mineta for her to ask Kota to be stationed up there as a precaution. Little kid. Crevice for him to sit and wait easily. Smart. I smirked at this before seeing Deku look kinda down. But there's more to this that you're not happy about, is there? Mandalay told me about Kota and why he's how he is. Deku started talking about what Mandalay said of her nephew. Apparently, his mom and dad were pro-heroes as well. Unfortunately, they died protecting people from a horrible fate that could have happened to the people they were keeping safe. In all technicality, what they did was probably the best thing a hero could do going out, but that's something that a kid's not gonna get. As he spoke, there was a bit of uneasiness with Deku with something I think I understand on. So the kid takes his anger out on heroes because he doesn't understand his folks didn't want to leave the world the way they did. Mandalay said that he acts as if heroes don't make sense to him. In a sense, I think I get it. 'Cause you're looking in a mirror of your younger self, aren't you? Deku looked away for Ochako to get between us. What do you mean? Back when Deku first awakened his quirk, he kinda went under the same concept if you remember. Instead of understanding the situation wasn't anyone's fault but the poor asshole that got his guts ripped out, Deku blamed himself and took it out on his own quirk, which presented probably the most disgusting thing he could think at the time. But it wasn't his fault. Yeah, but we weren't old enough to understand it wasn't our fault, but old enough to know what he did was bad. This is literally the same scenario. The kid lost his parents and was old enough to understand he'll never see them again, but not old enough to understand what they did was right as heroes. I felt really annoyed seeing Deku's problems manifest all over again in someone else. So what are you gonna do? He looked away after I asked this. Better question, what do you want to do? I wanna help Kota. I know what I did was wrong now, but that doesn't mean the decade of problems I had aren't without consequences. I made the mistake of blaming what I shouldn't for what happened. I don't want Kota to do the same. I smiled at this, remembering how much of a good person Deku is. Spoken like the Deku we know and love. I patted his back before having a serious face. But you may want to put on pants before talking to Kota. I doubt the cops would appreciate you talking to a kid in only a bath towel. Deku looked down and turned red, realizing he wasn't wearing anything for me and Ochako to start snickering. He went back towards the changing room to put some clothes on and try avoiding we saw him half naked. At least he's a little less somber. He's better not moody. The next day, third person Pav. After having a good night's sleep, class awoke up as the sun began to rise over the horizon for almost everyone to be half asleep. Aizawa stood in front of all of them to see the class and speak up. Alright, allow me to explain what this training camp will have you all do. But before that, who thinks that they've progressed greatly with their quirk as to limits? Quite a few raised their hands, not understanding the question as much. Alright, Bakugo, I'll need you in this explanation. Katsumi walked up and was given a ball to throw similar to the one they had on the first day. Same logic as before, use your quirk however you want, just don't leave the circle. Katsumi nodded before taking a pitcher's stance. Most were expecting a full km or longer to her original score. Katsumi pulled her leg up before extending her arm back and swinging it as fast as she could with her quirk out her hand. Go to hell, something tells me that's not as much a metaphor than I'd hope. Izuku thought this as the ball went flying as it did on the first day. When Aizawa turned to the class, he showed the distance to everyone. During the apprehension test, Katsumi's score was 705.2 meters, with it not even reaching 710 meters. The hell, I thought I got way farther. You all did well with growing in how to use your quirk in situations and some tricks in how to use your current strength to what it is, but that's not exactly growing your quirk in general. Consider your quirk like a muscle. If you use it in a similar aspect every day, you'll find ways to use that muscle more efficiently. However, that doesn't strengthen the muscle. That only allows you to use your strength you already have in that muscle in a more unique way. The only way you'll strengthen the muscle is by pushing it against its limits. You all grew in tactical and battle experience thanks to your encounters with the League and had some quirk growth, but this training camp is to increase that raw quirk power you have. I don't like where this is going. Izuku smiled a bit with a look of fear before Aizawa smiled at everyone. Consider this hell going from here on out. If you survive this though, you'll find yourself at limits beyond that of what you used to think was possible. Their teacher laughed somewhat maniacally for everyone to now be fearful of what they were told. When he calmed down, Aizawa pointed behind him to an open area. There are sheets behind me telling you what you'll do. Read them and remember to, as our school's motto says, go beyond, plus ultra. Everyone headed towards a table where they grabbed sheets holding their name on it. Izuku found his to head towards what looked like a large tanker that he'd be able to sit in with ease. He read what he was supposed to do in the tanker to begin filling it with all the ink that he could. When that was done, he'd morph the ink into as many shapes as possible and use as little ink to build it. The goal for him was to use as little ink as possible for his creations and to increase his body's natural excess of oil, which was the source of his ink, to something more desirable for combat. When he was sitting waist deep in ink, the ink quirk user noticed his body begin to show signs of lacked oil in his body. Step 1. Fill up the tanker with as much ink. Done. Now for step 2. With his mind, the ink around Izuku began rising up and moving around outside of the tanker to create a paracel, a hammer and several other odd tools. When the ink he had was no longer present in the tanker, Izuku then began moving his ink in his creations to retain their shape and keep making more by taking ink he had. This proved more difficult because he had to keep a mental image of the shape being made and the shape of what he was pulling out of in mind. Focus. He was able to make 2 more things before having to slow down tremendously. Come on. Focus. His body began producing more oil to try and compensate for what he was doing to have it constantly flow out with what he could. Doing this though forced his skin to start cracking and some blood to come out of his arms. A sharp stinging was felt for Izuku to shout a little. One of his ink creations was taken out of focus for it to transform back into the ink he made it from and splash him in the face. Fucker. And as such, training from hell began for everyone. Izuku paused. The first day of training finally ended first with it feeling like absolute hell for me. Alright, as of today, we're not making your food anymore. Pixie Bob spoke up while standing on front of a bunch of ingredients with her comrade Ragdoll beside her. You kittens are going to be making your own meals today onwards. Starting with curry, I was on the ground in extreme pain with some parts of my arms and legs cracked open from so much oil being off my body. There's a joke here to make, but I'm too tired and too in pain to make it. Bendy was able to make a small version of himself the size of a coin with what ink he could use that wasn't going to hurt me to make the gag for me. You're so pooped that your poop is pooped. There it is. I dropped my head to the ground with Kachan looking at me and poking my cheek with a stick. Why are you doing that? Always wanted to try it. Anyway, can we at least get some kind of lotion or some shit for Deku? He's literally having his skin crack open with some of them starting to bleed. On it. Mandalay walked over with a large bowl of something before rubbing it on my arms. Does that feel any better? It actually feels much. What is this? A special moisturizer of mine. It keeps my skin as fresh as a newborn kitten's. Ragdoll shouted with some joy in her statement for me to nearly pass out along with some of my classmates. Alright kittens, I know you're tired, but that doesn't give you reason to make sloppy cat food. She began laughing with Iida being, well, Iida, I get it now. Even in times of great fatigue as this, it's imperative to work your hardest to provide food to console victims of disasters. Let's make the most delicious curry, everyone. Iida, you're doing Deku's job again. Ochako said this as she was given the medicine for her and Kachan to put it on areas where my skin bent to avoid more damage being done than already is. Hey, why does Midoriya get better treatment than us? I'm also bleeding. Mineta shouted in anger for Mandalay to explain. Though he is being treated better, his limit actually causes far worse drawbacks to himself than normal people. If he does overuse it or push it to a limit of the oils in his body, Midoriya's skin will crack and bleed as to what Eraser told us. Unlike you all whose quirks give warnings before you do serious problems, Midoriya's does not, which makes his harder to grow. It's unlike Yaoyorozu's, whose can be easily restored, or Shiro's, who will only have dry skin that itches if overused and possibly bleed if he continues to refuse listening to his body. This is an actual threat to his safety. All we are doing is giving him medicine to reduce the drawback and to increase his natural oil production, since he is in a state where moving around can be dangerous to him. This is also why he was in a giant tanker. If he can avoid bending his skin, the drawbacks will be less prolonged. Mandalay's explanation was soon met with her giving me 2 circular pieces of medicine and a water bottle to swallow before standing up and heading off. Still think it's crap that Midoriya gets so much attention when we're in just as much pain as him. Look over here, asshole. Kacchan spoke up for her fingers to press down on my bicep. When she did, the skin began to crack and send a massive amount of pain in my body to wince at it. Sorry, just so you all know, he can barely move right now. The more he moves around right now, the more damage he does. If this lotion and whatever the fuck he took actually does what Mandalay mentioned, it'll take him about a half hour before he actually is safe to move with little fear. Should we at least try and pick him up off the ground then? I heard Kendo from Class B speak up in a question for Kacchan to explain, as if she was mulling the idea over in her head. Ideally, I'd rather avoid Deku being on the ground. But the more he moves around or is moved, the more issues he'll have with Helling. Most seem to handle this somewhat well for them to disband and start walking towards the ingredients. Sorry about leaving you on the dirt. It's fine, I responded back, with Kacchan and Ochako giving me a small peck on both cheeks. I blushed a little seeing them head out. About half an hour passed by with my skin no longer feeling as if I was on the verge of screaming my lungs out in pain. I got up and began looking at everyone starting production on cooking. I also noticed Kacchan cutting onions rather fast to surprise Kirishima. Yo, Bakugo, you're really good with that knife. Kinda creepy if you ask me. Why the fuck is it creepy? Well, you don't show many feminine charms. I just figured Midoriya was a better cook than you. I heard that. I spoke up for Kirishima to stare at me for a second. No offense. None taken. Alright, what still needs to get done? Kacchan showed a cutting board with a bunch of tomatoes and peppers that still needed to get cut for me to take the spot between her and Ochako. You feeling any better? Kacchan asked without even skipping a beat with her cuts. At least my body doesn't feel like it, Sunfire, anymore. Kacchan kept cutting the veg for me to start doing it as well. Any idea what I'm supposed to do with sour cream in this recipe? Ochako asked for both Kacchan and me to answer together. Merge it with the meat as well as the spices and cook it like that. We'll cook it separately before adding it to the food. I swear you two know what you're thinking sometimes. I started cutting tomatoes for some of the girls from our class, trying to find out how to light the fireplace for Todoroki to go over and light it for them. Todoroki really does help out when he can. Not a shock, most girls like him in our class. The dick's just an emo daddy issues jackass. Deku can take him if he wanted to. I don't know, I might not be able to, in all honesty. We started to laugh with Kota being seen to the side. I watched as he went out towards the woods for the things Mandalay said to me to be remembered. I wonder if I can get to Kota. Leave it to me, Izuku. Bendy popped out of me in a smaller ink blob than normal before running after Kota. I'll be sure to keep him entertained. As he walked away, Kacchan looked at me curious for a second before returning to her cutting. You're planning to use a thing of ink to go after him? It'll save me time finding him in the future. Not judging you. Just making sure you do what you think is right. Kacchan kept cutting for me to hug her. Izuku, thanks for everything you did when I was out cold. You and Ochako did a great amount of help for me. I turned to give Ochako a hug too, for her mind to go completely red before floating up for me to tie her down to a table leg. I wonder if Bendy's doing better than me right now. Third person Pav. Bendy continued his pursuit of Kota up towards a cliff. There, he saw Kota sit staring at the sunset, somewhat angered. Poor kid's probably thinking about his parents. Bendy began moving closer to the small boy for him to accidentally step on a twig to alert Kota. Shoot. Hey kiddo, how ya doin'? What the heck are you? Oh, I'm Bendy the Dancin' Devil. I'm Izuku's quirk sorta. You know, the guy you almost made impotent. Kota didn't say anything until Bendy tried to sit with him. Look pal, I know what you're going through. Izuku had a hard time losing his family. I'm sure they didn't want to leave ya alone. What do you know? You're just a figment of someone's imagination. Ya got a point there, but I'm also trying to help. Look, Izuku did the same thing you're doing. It's hard and it only makes you look worse when you try and justify what you're doing with blaming others. Ya parents were good people if they did everything in their power to try and come home. It doesn't go away, but it makes it better. Ya parents had it rough, but they knew that this was either run away or try and take down the villain responsible. It doesn't mean they loved ya any less. Then why did they have to leave? Kota didn't want Bendy to see him, but he was starting to cry. The world ain't right, kid. Sometimes, these things happen. It isn't our fault, but they do. But out of everyone that probably could help ya here, my pal Izuku understands what you're going through probably the best. Just like you, he lost his mother. She was the world to him and Bendy trailed off, remembering what the day he was thinking about was like. To him, he didn't understand why she had to die, but that happens. Right now though, you ain't alone. You have the pussycats and even Izuku who wants to help. All you just gotta do is open your heart. Kota looked down, remembering what he did to Izuku before slowly nodding. How'd I apologize? Ya just gotta say something like, I'm sorry for kicking ya in your balls and I'm sure Izuku won't be mad at you. Kota was still somewhat saddened for Bendy to try and think of something. When he got an idea, Bendy hopped up and gained the young boy's attention. Hey Kota, check this out. He blew into his thumb for his head to grow to 3 times what it normally was. Does this ink make my head look big? The act made Kota do a spit take and force him to cover his mouth to avoid laughing. What's with your head? Hey, I'm just trying to lighten the mood like Izuku would. Bendy turned around to show his butt before popping out what looked like cheeks. No buts about that. PFFT. Ahahahaha. Kota couldn't hold back the urge to laugh at Bendy for him to hold his sides. His uncontrollable laughter made the ink demon smile a bit before the sound of footsteps were heard. So this is where you two left. This place is kinda cool. You can see pretty much the entire forest from up here. Izuku walked up to them to see the overview of the path they were on. Hey Izuku, how's cookin' going along? We actually just finished. Izuku held out a plate of curry for Kota to confuse him. I'm not sure if you had anything yet, so I asked Mandalay and she said you disappeared before dinner. I figured you might be somewhat hungry to ask my friends to save a plate worth of curry for you. Not the fanciest, but it's at least tasty to me in my friend's opinion. Kota got off the ground to walk towards Izuku and hold his head down. Your name's Midoriya, right? If you want, you can just call me Izuku. Kota remained on edge with saying anything before finally saying what he wanted to. I'm sorry for hitting you in the balls. That was wrong. Izuku patted his head with sympathy before putting the bowl in Kota's hands. Apology accepted. Now why don't you eat something? You're still in your growing years, so it's not right to have you skipping a meal. Seeing him smile, a quick flash of Kota's dad was seen before it disappeared for Izuku to question him what he was looking at. What is it? Something on my face. And no. He sat down in front of the overview with Izuku sitting beside him with Bendy on his lap. So I've been thinking. Mandalay said your parents were pro-heroes but were lost not that long ago. By any chance, were they the pro-hero group Waterhose? Kota dropped his spoon, realizing Izuku knew exactly who his parents were. How did you? Well, if we're talking about your age and your parents were pro-heroes to meet their end at the same time, Waterhose was the most likely group. Kota held his head down, thinking his parents will only be known as pros that died. Growing up, I was actually really excited seeing Waterhose on TV. They seemed exceptionally happy when I was around 10 after your mother came off a medical hiatus. I'm guessing it's cause of you. Maybe. I'll say this, you're a really nice kid even with that chip on your shoulder, Kota. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Thanks for handling Mineta yesterday. Kota blushed a little at the praise before holding his head down. Gee, thank you. Izuku paused. The next day came with us doing the exact same thing we did. All of us working through our own version of quirk training hell, and I'm stuck in a pot making it look like a witch's brew. To be honest, I think Mr. Aizawa just put me in this pot because he knew I'd make this entertaining to anyone who'd watch it. I questioned this as I made a ink blot of a witch on the top with a creepy laugh and everything before creating a chainsaw to chop the broom in half. Can't beat the classic gags. Nuance comedy doesn't do it for me, so I get you there. I glanced up to see Pixie Bob staring down with a smile at me. How ya doing in here, kitten? Outside of the fact I feel like I'm going to tear the skin off my limbs if I move, just peachy. Yeah, I was a little shocked when I saw your drawback yesterday and how bad it was. But on the bright side, we're doing a test of courage tonight. Maybe you'll be paired with Miss Floaty or Miss Minnie Nuke. She poked fun at this for a blush to be felt on my cheeks and Bendy popping out in a mini version not much bigger than my thumb. That sounds awesome. We stared at him for a moment as he spoke so high pitch, it sounded like he was on helium or something. What, I got a bug on my face or something? Ah ha 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 ha. It's just so high. Ha ha ha. Both me and Pixie Bob began busting a gut laughing for Bendy to feel irritated by this and hop back into my body. He did however say everyone's a critic before hopping in to make us laugh again. So anyway, tonight after dinner's the test of courage. Yep, also, Mandalay wanted to thank you for what you did for Kota. She said that he apologized for being mean to us to her and that it wasn't nice. Apparently, he also talked about the Ink Choir's boy and how he found him kinda funny. I heard that, cat bitch. I started laughing at Bendy's comment before seeing Alice in my head hit him over the head with a rolling pin. Alright, well, I'll leave you to playing in your pot. Pixie Bob hopped down off the pot for me to continue focusing on expanding my ink usage and seeing what looked like a little bunny get formed before pulling out of some of the ink in it a pixie that held an evil face. Maybe something like that will work for a jump scare. Something to confuse an enemy. I wonder. I tried something similar to the side with a jack in the box to twirl it around with the musical ding to it. When it came to when it opened, it sent out a giant tarantula instead of a clown for me to smirk at this. Easiest way to make a joke on someone that kinda deserves it. Anyway, back to making weapons. I shouted this as I began making a buzzsaw, sledgehammer and a giant banana that looked like a katana. It's the little things in life that make the edgy stuff seem more comedic. Later that evening, after dinner and once again being felt like I was about to shatter if someone touched me, the pussycats brought us out towards the forest with Pixie Bob taking the lead. Alright, we filled our bellies and the dishes are clear, now it's time for a totally awesome test of courage. Ashido finished her sentence with some excitement with our other classmates who were having to take remedial lessons joining in her excitement. Sorry to break it to you, but those of you who have remedial lessons will not be participating in this. Mr. Aizawa's words were processed for a few seconds before Ashido looked as if all the life in her was sucked out while shouting. You've gotta be kidding me. They were dragged away inside our teacher's capture scarf with it kinda looking sad. I kinda feel bad for them. Ashido was looking forward to this. I don't. Kacchan stared at them blankly, not exactly mad in the slightest. Come on Katsumi, can't you feel a little empathy for our classmates? Mina genuinely wanted to do this and couldn't. I'm not feeling any empathy for people that failed, Ochako. We all took our final exams and we all passed. We were warned of the remedial lessons if we failed before and after. Do you honestly think you should be praised for failing to do something we all didn't? But they have been working hard. Harder than us honestly. Ochako did give a valid point, but Kacchan's back made even more. And why exactly do they have to work harder than us? Our classmates failed because they didn't think through just how hard the finals could be. Because of this, they need to make up for the mistakes they made. It's like growing up when your parents don't give you something for behaving and do when you do. You can't reward someone for a punishment done the way it should. Also, our teacher wouldn't pull them away if he didn't think they worked hard enough. If they did and he was doing this, I'd think he's a dick and just wants to piss us off. However, I think he had a point, so he's only a minor dick. Quote. To be honest, she has a point. The test of courage is because of hard work at the training camp with the remedial lessons taking place directly after dinner. It sounds a little mean, but it's not our fault they failed or reason for us to have to look the other way so they can be appeased. Ochako thought of this for a few minutes before letting out a sigh. I still don't like it. But you do pose a good point. You three done talking, or should I get a chair and a beer while I wait? Pixie Bob shouted for us to turn back towards her and find out just what we're doing for this test of courage. Apparently, Class B was going to start as the scarers with teams of 2 being in rotation every 5 minutes. The objective was to use your quirk to scare people and basically give nightmare fuel to prevent them from collecting a token on the other side of the circle we were going through. Or to put it in Tiger's perspective, the winners are the ones that make the most people wet their pants. Did not need that mental image in my brain. Alright everyone, step right up to see who your partners will be. As the teams were set up, we were able to have 7 sets of 2 and 1 person who was alone. I was the one picked to be alone. Oi, icy hot, switch with Deku. Kacchan began shouting for Todoroki to stare at her. Why? Because I'd rather be with him than your dumbass. Kacchan, please don't be mean to Todoroki. I tried to avoid a problem with Todoroki looking at me. Should I? I mean, if you'd want. And Mandalay, I can go with Midoriya if it's a problem. I turned around to see Kota staring blankly at us to smile. Sure, if it's okay with Midoriya that is. Mandalay turned to see me smile and nod. Fair enough. Kota's going to join and be the even number for both teams. She spoke up for everyone in Class B to know and for things to get underway. We waited about 20 minutes for Class B to set themselves up before starting with the first group. A few sounds were heard from the woods that kinda sounded scary before the next group went in. One after the other, we kept going until it was Ochako and Sue's turn next. Next up, Ribbity and Miss Floaty. Could she have at least gotten our names right? I glanced down at Kota who seemed extremely calm. You okay, Kota? There's a lot of noises coming out of the woods. I'm fine. I know this is fake, so it's not scary. Alice popped out of my body to smile at him. You're such a good boy, you know that. You remind me so much of Izuku when he was your age. She started to baby talk to Kota with it irritating him and embarrassing me before the smell of smoke came to my nose. Apparently, I wasn't the only one for Pixie Bob to sniff into the air a bit. What's this foul scent in the air? I glanced up to notice a large amount of black smoke coming out of the forest to panic a little. Before I could any farther, Pixie Bob was suddenly lifted into the air. Hey, what's going on? She went flying into a direction before being hit in the head by a huge magnet being held by someone wearing jeans, a white shirt and a blazer that had some feminine features to them. Oh my, it seems we need to handle taking down these feral cats first. I didn't know exactly what was happening, but I knew one thing. Kota, run. Get to camp and get help now. I glanced at him who seemed to be in shock for some reason. Kota, time to see who I can kill. I turned immediately to see some guy come at us with his face covered by a mask and slam his fist into the ground. It caused a massive shake to be felt before sending us all in separate directions. Midoriya, take Kota and run. Mandalay shouted this to me with the sudden shock of what's happening coming to mind. Run now. I came out of it to grab Kota beside me and run as fast as I could. You think you're gonna escape me? Ha, but you did make this more fun, kid. The man came charging at us with Tiger about to jump in, but was stopped by a guy that looked like a lizard came in front. Show me your blood. I turned around to send a ink-made tear gas bomb at him in the face before running into the woods. Crap, what do I do? That guy can't be stopped right now, but if I lead him to the camp, I'll just endanger everyone there. Not only that, but I have to face the risk of him possibly attacking my classmates that were still there. What's the best tactic? Should I lure the guy away from everyone myself, or go towards camp? Not only that, but should I take steps for Kota? Thinking of what I could do, I came up with an idea before seeing the man from before charge at us again and hit the ground where I was to knock me off and drop Kota. Well, you seem to have some spunk, kid. I glanced over to realize just who the guy was with his face covering being pulled off. Not a lot of people have the guts to run off like a chicken and leave their friends alive. That's a hero. You must be some kind of wuss if that stupid cat bitch left you in charge of a brat. He began to laugh before gritting my teeth in anger. Muscular. I guess I'm famous. That'll work fine. Oh, and by the way, you wouldn't happen to be Izuku Midoriya, would you? I questioned this for a second before Muscular explained. You see, I gotta take him back alive. I placed Kota down before pulling Boris out to send him towards the camp with him holding a socket wrench in case someone attacked. And if I am, then you make my job a crap load easier. Of course, I wasn't specified to bring you back in one piece. The villain cracked his knuckles before having his muscles grow about 5 times the normal size that they were. Now, show me your blood. I immediately jumped out of the way and watched Muscular break several trees before stopping. He's fast and crazy strong. If I'm gonna at least stand a chance, I can't allow myself to get hit head on from one of those attacks. You're quick on your feet, kid. But that won't work with me. Muscular came with another punch for me to dodge with OFA active. This however was a mistake for the punch to be avoided, but not a knee to the stomach that followed. Told you, you're out of your league, kid. Muscular pulled both his hands up and locked them before slamming them down into my spine. The act created a bit of a crater for me to fall into the earth, coughing up a bit of blood. This guy's a monster in all ways imaginable. Pathetic. I figured you'd be more worthwhile. The villain smiled before glancing down at his hands to notice they were bound up by what looked like some kind of paste similar to steel by the feel. What the hell? Like it. It's my own silly cement. I got up and spit out what blood was in my mouth. Looks like wet cement, but dries quickly and able to be as hard as some of the hardest metal out there. You're strong, I'll give you that. But being clever is always just as important. Damned brat. Muscular came at me again for it to be somewhat easier to dodge before aiming my fist at the back of his head. Detroit smash. Before I could land a hit, I was headbutted in the face from Muscular jumping up. I was sent into the ground before recovering and standing back up. Sorry kid, but you're not handling me that easily. Single quote ... Well, this turned from a fun jump scare night to a living nightmare. Third person POV. As the ordeal with everyone on the outside began, Aizawa had brought his members of Class A into a room with Vlad standing in the front and the only person in Class B that had failed a cross in a desk. Monoma. Ahahaha. Looks like some Class A scum had to take remedial lessons after all. Weren't you supposed said to be so much better than us? Quote ... Aren't you also in remedial courses? Mineta pointed this out for Monoma to stop laughing for a moment. I mean, yeah, we lost. But you really don't have room to judge us. Everyone was silent as for once the perverted grape had a valid point. At least it's only me where your class had 5 people fail. Ha 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 ha. Quote ... I'm with Mineta on this one. You really don't have a reason to boast superiority if you're in the same boat as us. Enough now, all of you. Aizawa tried to put an end to this while going over towards Vlad King. Tonight I was thinking possibly going over rescue maneuvers and how to handle a situation as a first responder. My thoughts exactly. Everyone in the room stopped what they were doing as they heard Mandalay speak to them through her telepath quirk. This must be Mandalay's quirk. Still really weird that we can hear her but can't respond back. Kirishima, quiet down. The Erasure Pro tried to listen closely to what was being said due to the fear heard in Mandalay's voice. Villains have infiltrated the camp. Right now, Tiger and I are handling 2 villains as a third is hunting down Midoriya. Pixie Bob is currently injured and unable to fight. We need everyone to return to camp as quickly as possible. Vlad, watch the students. Aizawa ran out of the room and towards the entrance where he noticed Boris coming over with Kota on his back. Too slow, Eraser. A man with stitches came beside Aizawa to send a massive blast of blue fire at him before any form of reaction. With Katsumi, crap, Deku's in danger. Katsumi tried to head out towards the camp, but was stopped by some man in what looked like a restraint jacket with his teeth growing out of his mouth. She would have been hit if it wasn't for Todoroki blocking it with his ice. I didn't ask for your help, Icy Hot. Right now we're unable to help Midoriya unless we take down this guy. Right now, I think it's best to keep your romantic feelings for Midoriya under wraps and focus on the task at hand. There's nothing going on between me and Deku. Todoroki stared at Katsumi blankly for a solid minute with her holding a huge blush. Shut up. Katsumi held her hand up while aiming at the villain. What are you doing? Something I learned with the help of Izuku. AP shot. A small but powerful attack came to the villain to force one of his teeth to be shattered with the young ash blonde somewhat irritated. I won't miss next time. She began shooting off multiple more rounds for the villain to be sent towards the ground. Icy Hot. Now, before the villain could do anything, he was frozen onto the ground before Katsumi came right at his head. "Take this, you fucking BDSM weirdo." With Ochako. "Aw nuts. I just missed her." A blonde girl looked at Ochako and Sue while wearing some kind of strange gear as well as holding a butterfly knife in her hand soaked in Ochako's blood where she cut her arm. "Who the heck are you? What kind of crazy person comes out of nowhere and just slashes people?" Sue tried to get some answers for the girl to smile under her mask. "I'm Toga, and I'll be your new friend. I'm so excited to have such nice girlfriends to play with. Now, how about you give me a little of your blood and we'll have some real fun." "Don't worry, I'll make this quick. I don't want to hurt my cute new friends too bad, do I?" Ochako glared at the girl in anger before speaking up. "What do you girls want with Izuku? What purpose was there in attacking him?" Izuku. Oh, I know him now. He's the kid that we need to capture. Apparently he was on Tamura's kill list, but now he's gotta have him be taken in. Something about his quirk being super powerful and the boss man wanting it. So they're targeting Izuku for his quirk. Ochako questioned this as the villain girl began going for her again. She threw what looked like a syringe at the two with Sue pushing Ochako out of the way and trying to take the girl down. However, the blonde girl used the knife in her hands to pin the frog girl to a tree by her hair. Sue, in hopes to help her friend, Ochako grabbed the blonde and judo flipped her before knocking away a knife she pulled out from a cartridge on her calve and slammed her head to the ground. Ochako. That was amazing. Sue was utterly impressed with the brunette glaring down at their attacker. "Alright, talk. Why did the League want Izuku's quirk? What was the purpose? Is he your boyfriend or something?" Ochako didn't want to hear this to slam the girl's head back into the ground. "Ow, I'm not here to handle chit-chat. Talk now or else." The girl named Toga laughed a little before staring up at Ochako with a bit of joy. "I knew you were special, Ochako. There's this air of anger in you when someone hurts someone you like. Tell me though, what do you want me to explain exactly? What we plan to do with him, or what we plan to do with his quirk after we take it? I hear that quirk's super powerful and with it in the right hands, can take the world down with an iron fist. Of course, you know that since you're already so close to Izuku. I can just picture they're all bloodied up and so adorable." A sickening smile came on Toga's face as she continued. "It'll just make me want to stab a knife through him to make his body bleed more than it already was. This girl, she's insane." Ochako thought this as she tried to think of a good way to handle the situation she was in right now. With Izuku continued his onslaught on Muscular with holding the villain down being far more difficult than he expected. Though his hands were bound, that didn't mean the villain was defenseless. Each time Izuku would try and get near Muscular, he'd use his feet or head to keep Izuku at a safer distance. "I'll admit that this crap is interesting, but it's still weak compared to what I can do and what I know of your weakness." Going into a back pocket, Muscular broke something for water to go everywhere and get on Izuku's binds for it to turn into ink again. This stuff might be dangerous if left on dry, but it's still ink and can still turn into ink if wet. But if it means anything, you pissed me off royally for doing what you did. Great, now I gotta deal with him having his hands free again. Izuku grumbled at this before creating an axe with his ink. "I guess I'll have to take you seriously from here on." Izuku stormed at Muscular for the large man to smile. He went for a frontal attack for Izuku to slide down under it and attack the villain in the arm with the axe. It didn't go deep due to the ink maker having it notably duller, but was sharp enough to rip the muscle fibers. Damned brat. Muscular went for another hit with his other hand for Izuku to flip over using the damaged arm and slicing his muscle fibers there again. This however, led to a mistake and him being grabbed by the villain. "Now die." Muscular slammed Izuku to the ground to make a massive crater in the earth. When he pulled Izuku back up, he repeated the process again and again and again until Izuku could barely keep his mind conscious. "Where'd that bravado you had a while back go, kid? Did it wash away like that stupid ink you've got?" Izuku tried to say something, but his voice was extremely low-pitched for Muscular to laugh. "What did you say? Did you wanna beg for your life?" The villain laughed as he leaned his ear down towards Izuku thinking he was pleading for being beaten within an inch of his life. This however, was a mistake as Izuku went up and bit Muscular's ear clean off to have him jump back in pain. Standing back on his feet, I said. Don't you dare underestimate me. Unlike you, I'm prepared to fight against my weakness while you think all you can do is tough it out. Izuku coated his hands in ink before it turned into his silly cement with sharp jagged edges to make it look like he was holding a ball of needles. In one solid punch, Izuku stabbed the edges into Muscular's arm before ripping the muscle fibers. This won't cut deep enough to cause serious problems, but still deep enough to break his muscle fibers. Damned brat. Muscular hit Izuku in the stomach to make him spit out blood and hear a crack of a rib while flying through the air and into a tree. I'm gonna make you regret the day you ever pissed me off. Izuku took a boxing stance with OFA active at 10%. He watched closely as he kept dodging and hitting Muscular in his arms to rip apart his muscle fibers. On occasion, he would also hit his chest and gain a solid hit to his jaw to leave punctures in them and have a little blood come out. Just keep on your feet. You're faster than him right now. Use that and wait for openings. Muscular went for another punch for Izuku to dodge and not fully notice a knee to the face. He jumped back and tried to scrape the side to try and reduce the level of mobility. This hardly did anything though as Muscular kept charging and not giving any time for Izuku to catch his breath. What now, brat? What are you gonna do? You're nothing but a weak punk trying to win against me. What hope do you got? A kick to Izuku's side sent him flying into a tree for him to groan in pain. As he got up, he noticed Muscular come at him with intent to actually kill him. You know what, fuck you. Rage form. Ink Demon, go. Bendy came out in his distorted form to grab Muscular's arms and smile at him. Hey, what are you supposed to be? A half-assed job. Think of it as nightmare fuel. Bendy gripped Muscular's hand with his fingers becoming razor sharp to dig into the skin to make the villain feel the pain. He kicked the rage creation away before looking and seeing the skin between his finger ripped up. Did you forget about me, you son of a bitch? Izuku came at Muscular with an uppercut to slice up his chin. He was about to attack with his muscle fibers expanded, but Bendy took a slice at his arm to cut off the fibers and leave an opening for Izuku to give repeated blows to his face before a solid headbutt to disorient Muscular more. When his field of vision came back into play, Bendy grabbed both his arms and held them back with Izuku pulling the ink off his hands and creating a 100% OFA attack. This is for Kota. I hope this hurts as much as it did for him seeing what you did to his parents. Detroit SMAAASSSSSHHHHH. Izuku gave a clean hit to Muscular's face to pull him and Bendy off the ground. The two went flying into trees before being embedded into solid stone of a mountain. Muscular's pupils went into his head to show he wasn't conscious anymore to make Izuku smile. Izuku. Bendy came back out as his normal form looking a little winded. You gonna be okay, pal? I think so. Did Boris make it to the camp with Kota? Yeah, he got Kota back. Izuku's eyes began to slowly close while smirking. That's go. OD. He fell to the ground with Bendy panicking. Oh, crap, Izuku, hang in there, pal. I'll get help or something. As he spoke, a portal came out from nowhere for a man with a black face covering to come out. Oh my, aren't you a strange little thing? The man spoke with every thread of Bendy's existence telling him that the person in front of him was beyond any form of a threat and someone he should just avoid entirely. Who the heck are you? Bendy stood in front of Izuku hoping to act as a form of defense from the man as he chuckled. It seems All Might hasn't told you who I am yet. No matter. Without hesitation, the man embedded what looked like tendrils into Izuku. Bendy was about to stop him, but he suddenly was turned back into ink and formed a puddle on the ground. Your quirk is quite a special thing, Midoriya. I wonder just what will happen if I am able to use it as my own. The excitement when All Might sees your powers used by myself. Not only that, but OFA will also be in my possession soon enough. Rest assured though, boy. I'll be certain to make full use of the gift you have been bestowed with. Third person Pav, I'm only going to ask you one more time, you fucking bondage freak show. What do you and your shitty villain extra friends wanna do with Izuku? Katsumi began demanding answers from the villain known as Moonfish with his head pressed down to the floor. Flesh. Must have such beautiful flesh. Boom. Not wanting to deal with the irritation, Katsumi blasted Moonfish's head while shouting again. Next time I'm going to turn your head into a fucking fireplace. Now answer my question. Bakugo. He's not going to answer you. And why not? Icy hot. Because he's already unconscious from your one attack. Katsumi glanced down and tore the latex covering Moonfish's eyes to see him no longer able to respond and out cold. Katsumi got up and began walking off towards the camp. He wasn't giving me answers anyway or even looked like he cared. He was on the ground getting his ass beat. Either he's fucking clueless, or he genuinely didn't know. Todoroki finished Katsumi's train of thought for the ash blonde to snap her fingers and point at him. So what now? Now, we go back to camp, find Deku, kick the fucking ass of whoever is fighting him. And walk away with everyone safe and sound. Any questions? A lot. Good. No questions. Let's roll walking AC and heater. Todoroki tried to fight it, but knew it wasn't worth arguing with his classmate for them to continue on back from the area they were at. As they moved, the bow on Katsumi's head began melting for some reason. Is that thing meant to do that? Todoroki asked for Katsumi to panic. No, this means something bad had to happen to Izuku. I don't understand. Why is it a bad thing? Think of it like this. Do all quirks normally shut on or off without the user's consent? Todoroki thought of this and gave his answer. Not always. And that's what makes this more difficult. Bendy, Boris and Alice are similar to Dark Shadow. They can come out or go back into Izuku of their own free will. Izuku can forcibly put them back in, but that's completely different. Now let me explain this. Do inanimate objects have the same confides? He realized this now to understand what that meant. There's only two ways that this bowtie can melt off without anything like water destroying it, and that's either Izuku did it himself by forcing it, or the quirk was forcibly deactivated somehow. I noticed Mr. Aizawa can do that during out training to know this is a possibility. So does that mean the villains captured Midoriya? Katsumi didn't want to answer this, wanting to avoid the worst possible outcome. With Ochako, start talking. What did you want to do with Deku and why was he so important? Ochako started trying to get answers about what the League planned to do with Izuku for Toga to smile. Oh, I don't know. Maybe we'll just cut him up, make him bleed. Oh, maybe I'll get to make him even cuter by making him a big bloody mess *. Ochako immediately slapped the girl across the face, hearing her think of ways to torture her boyfriend. What is wrong with you? That's a person. Only an actual psychopath could think of these things and actually think that's okay. Ochako noticed a small earpiece on the ground to listen to it. As she did, a bit of information came across to make her go completely pale. Ochako, you okay? Sue asked for her not to get an answer. Ochako. Using this moment, Toga pulled a syringe out of her side and jabbed it into Ochako's leg and began draining the blood from it. Ochako. Sue jumped towards them to pull the brunette off the syringe for both to get away from Toga. She got back up to come back towards reality. What are you planning to do with Deku now that you have him? Wait, they were able to get Midoriya. Yay, that means the mission is a success. Bye-bye. Toga ran towards the woods with Ochako about to follow. Hey, get back here, Ochako. Katsumi and Todoroki came running towards both girls with some concern. We've got a problem. Something's wrong with Deku right now. It's worse than you think, Katsumi. Deku's already been caught. Hearing this, Katsumi went silent. She didn't say anything and ran as fast as she could towards camp. Nothing was going through her mind except to find Izuku and possibly save him. Everyone began shouting for her, with it falling on deaf ears. Please Izuku, please be okay. Please let me be able to make it to you before it's too late. Meanwhile, with Aizawa, as the flames from the villain who attacked Aizawa died down, the enemy smirked while looking up. You're really a cool guy, Eraser. He tried to attack again, but his quirk was sealed with Aizawa activating his. Using this now as an opening, the pro wrapped the villain with his capture gear and slammed him to the ground. Placing a knee on the center of the villain's back, Aizawa started interrogating him. What is the League's goal while here? All Might isn't with us, so why are you attacking? The villain refused to answer for Aizawa to go towards a drastic measure and break one of the man's arms. I'm not asking again. Why are you going after Midoriya? That quirk of his is a nuisance. Even if he doesn't have control of that monster form thing he's got. I wonder what would happen if we could use it for ourselves. The villain's head was slammed to the ground once more for Aizawa to speak up. If you're planning to take a student for any reasons, it's my job as their teacher to make sure that doesn't happen. Hey, you're too late either way. You see, we've already got him. Mr. Aizawa. The sound of Iida was heard for Aizawa to turn towards him and see Kota with him. I think something happened to Midoriya. Kota said. One of his ink creations turned back into ink suddenly. Now knowing what he said was true, the teacher turned towards the villain under him to see the man turn to mud. However, his head was still formed enough to give one small comment to Aizawa. How sad to know you couldn't save your student, Eraserhead. I hope you're ready for the change that's to come from our success here. The villain turned completely into mud after this for everyone to worry of what he said. Mr. Aizawa, should we try and find Midoriya? Aizawa got up and began heading towards the woods. Iida, take everyone into the camp now. I'll handle finding Midoriya. No matter what, do not leave the camp under any circumstances. You're safer there than in the woods. Understood. Kota, where did you come from so I know where to start looking for Midoriya? The small boy pointed towards a direction for Aizawa to start running out in that general vicinity. Just hang on, Midoriya. I know you're strong enough to. With Katsumi, Katsumi continued to run toward the camp while avoiding going deep into the forest. Come on Izuku, just tell me where you are. She found a large amount of fallen trees from something or someone going right into them and snapping the trunks. This surprised her to find a clearing in the woods by following them. Izuku, you here? She looked around hoping to find some way to find out where Izuku was before noticing a large amount of blood and what looked like chunks of muscle fibers. Remembering back to her time as a child, Katsumi started to panic. Izuku, please answer me if you hear me. Hearing a voice, Katsumi ran to it hoping it was Izuku. She cleared through trees and noticed several being broken before finding what looked like a man trapped in the side of a solid mountain. Damn that brat, next time I see him, I'm gonna make that little punk pay. Katsumi noticed it was the mass murderer Muscular for him to glance up and smirk. Hey kid, wanna get me out of here? Where is he? Muscular smirked at her as Katsumi spoke louder. Where is Izuku? Yeah, sorry brat, the kid's long gone. My boss took him and now he'll take his key gah. Katsumi grabbed Muscular by the neck and began choking him. What do you mean, steal his quirk? Why Izuku of all people? He doesn't deserve any of this, so why are you targeting him? You must be that brat's bitch or something. What's wrong? Sad you can't get your fucking dildo back or something. Muscular was cut off by Katsumi pulling a pocket knife out and holding it to the villain's neck. Well, this is new. Tell me right now where he is or I swear to God you won't live to regret it. She was beginning to panic. Katsumi cared so much for Izuku that she'd do anything just to make sure he was safe. This night however, she couldn't do anything to help him with it eating her inside to now be brought to desperate measures. Hey, you're pretty funny, kid. To think I'd be trapped in the middle of a mountain with you holding a knife to my neck for information. That's not really heroic, now is it? Katsumi was shaking with Muscular noticing the fear in her to egg it on even more. You feel it too, don't you? That desire, that drive to do what you want. And right now, you want nothing more than to slit my throat from ear to ear, don't you? Do it, give in and show me that you're no better than me. All you stupid pros try to hold on to morality or some bullshit like that. But in the end, you're just a bunch of fucked up assholes just like me who want to use violence to solve the problem. Katsumi looked at her hand now and realized what she was doing. She often used information tactics leading to violence, but she never went this far. Whether she wanted to agree or not, Muscular was right. Right now, she wasn't different than him. Ready to kill someone that's harmless right now and unable to defend themselves even if they tried. She was acting no better than a villain. Bakugo, drop the knife. She turned to see Aizawa arriving on the scene to pull back slowly and drop it. I'm sorry, sir. I heard Izuku was in trouble and I get it. You two are very close, but that doesn't justify being ready to kill someone for information. This guy's a scumbag, but still human regardless. As such, human rights are still applicable to him even if they're wasted on someone that's so far from it. I knew you couldn't do it, you fucking pussy. Guess the pussy brat that grew a pair to throw me into a wall has a pussy girlfriend to match. Tell me, who's the top and who's the bottom? Or is he not man enough to even get it up so you have to get another man to give it to both of you? Enough now. Izawa grabbed Muscular's shirt and pulled him close. Where is my student? Muscular smiled while answering. Gone. You're not gonna see him again. At least, not outside of a body bag or as one of those fucked up human corpse things. What did they call them, Nomu? You son of a bitch. Katsumi lost all restraint she had at that moment to punch Muscular in his face. You better tell me right now where he is or else. Bakugo. Mr. Izawa shouted for her to stop. He's egging you on because he knows you're angry. The reaction you're giving is what he wants. Stop now and go back to camp. I'll handle this from here. Midoriya is just as much my responsibility to make sure he's safe as you believe it's yours. Not wanting to let this go and pretend this isn't a problem, Katsumi gripped her fists in anger. However, she noticed the anger in her own teacher's face, understanding just how frustrated she would feel. Okay, please tell me if there's anything I can do to help if I can. You'll be one of the first people I ask if I need a student. She walked away with Muscular beginning to banter the fact the ash blonde was trying to let it go in her face. Ha ha ha, what a completely useless hero you are. No wonder that fucking pussy had more backbone if you're the type of bitch he screws. I wonder if you even can feel his dick if you're willing to back off that easily. Fucking wuss. Katsumi didn't say anything knowing he was right. She wasn't strong enough to do anything today and now Izuku was kidnapped for whatever reason they had. Izuku, I'm sorry I couldn't do anything for you. If I'd have known this would happen, I'd have had icy hot switch with you. Izuku pav. I started waking up to a dark room with no actual clue where I was or how I got there. Where am I? I started to tug on my hands to feel they were stuck on something. It felt like some kind of metal for me to try and activate OFA. Unfortunately, this did nothing for me to start trying to use Ink Maker. As I did though, something felt strange. What the? I can't use my quirk. What the hell happened? Boris, Bendy, Alice, can you hear me? Come on guys, I need a little help here. I'm afraid they won't be helping you anytime soon, Izuku Midoriya. The voice of an unknown man came through the room to hit to me that I wasn't alone. Who are you and why am I here? It's very simple really. Tell me, how much of OFA's origin do you know? I turned away from the voice while trying to feign ignorance. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh please, I know probably more about that quirk than you actually do. Let me guess, All Might hasn't explained who I am. Even though I was the one who gave him the scar he holds that has weakened him exponentially. This came to a shock to Izuku as he never actually learned how OFA was made. Who exactly are you? My name is of no relevance. Just call me, All for One. To make matters simple, I was the reason your quirk was made. Long ago, I had sought to control the world through the underground. This dates back as far as when quirks were beginning to exist. Of course, you won't ever hear about me in any books. In fact, I was almost to the point where I controlled Japan itself from the shadows. And let me guess, you would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for those meddling kids. I tried to make a quip to see if I could hit the man's nerve for him to only laugh at me. That's adorable. You really should try comedy. I think you'd do great for kids. But no, All Might was what stood in my way. Him and my younger brother's quirk. I heard this for it to confuse me. You see, the quirk I have can allow me to steal people's gifts and use them myself or give them to others. It was due to this power that I named, All for One, that I nearly completed my task. However, my younger brother got in my way. I figured it may have been due to his animosity towards me for having powers he couldn't understand that he did this. As such, to prevent him from any farther misdeeds, I have him a power. A stockpiling quirk I had recently took. However, my brother did have a power of his own. One I couldn't understand, a power to pass down quirks. Due to my lack of knowledge at the time, the two quirks fused together to create what you know now as OFA. As such, I spent the almost 100 years of this quirk's lifespan trying to find the holder of the quirk and fixing the wrong I've done. Sadly, the quirk would always escape me due to it already being passed down from one successor to the next. As such, We come to the modern day where All Might had clashed with me. He had been given a hole in his stomach while I was given enough damage where I can no longer survive as I used to. So All Might kicked your butt and you spent almost a century going around trying to find one little quirk. Sounds like a waste of time if you ask me. Perhaps in the beginning, but there was one thing you didn't amount to. The raw power OFA gives the user. Tell me, if you let a weed grow, what will happen? The land where it exists will eventually be overrun by weeds. As such, if I let OFA live for long in the free world, it could have actually become a thorn in my side if given enough time. However, you've completed the task for me by being taken. So that's why you took me. If that's all you wanted, why didn't you take the quirk yet then? You had the power too, so why not do it now before there could be any problems? I tried to find out what exactly his purpose for waiting to steal OFA was for him to chuckle a bit. What's so funny? If it was that simple to take OFA, I would have done it by now. Though it pains me to admit, my brother as well as the other users were able to create a failsafe in case something like this would happen outside of my belief. As such, I can't so easily steal my brother's quirk from you. However, your other quirk is a different story. I didn't know exactly what he meant before remembering the off feeling I had to now frantically try and use Ink Maker. I presume you were trying to do something like this. AFO began creating ink out of his hands to enrage me as it formed into a distorted face of a skull before altering to a demon's. Give it back. Oh, and why would I do something like that? I will admit, this is quite a fun quirk. All I have to do is have a vivid imagination and anything I make can be brought to life. Truly a fascinating quirk, mind you. Never in my wildest dreams would I have believed such a power existed. Such a talent was wasted however on you. His comment now sent me into a full-blown desire to kill the man in front of me. Now, I'm not that heartless. Consider this a deal. You willingly give me OFA, and I'll give your original quirk back. Does that sound like a fair enough trade? A quirk that was naturally yours for a quirk I made. If you think I'm that stupid to allow something so powerful as OFA to be in your hands, you've got another thing coming. Fair enough. But that power will be mine soon enough. Willpower is easily broken, and when yours is, I shall take that quirk. Just remember that I got you a possible way out of this. We will meet again soon, Izuku Midoriya. I couldn't feel the man's presence anymore for me to try and pull my arms out of the binds they were in with no use. Damn it, now I gave probably the worst sociopath a quirk that can make anything with his insane mind. Let's just hope the school is doing what they can with the pro heroes. Few days later, Katsumi Pav. After the night of the attack on the camp ended, UA had all of us return to campus immediately and nobody was allowed to leave the school without a teacher. Along with this, about 10 of us actually got hurt, this time with it being moderate to severe. Most though were sent into a comatose state because of a gas villain. Pixie Bob was also hurt due to a blow to the head, giving her a concussion. Not only that, but we had no idea where Ragdoll went with the spot she was at, having a lot of blood. We were able to take down 3 villains as well of the 10, but what I feel more disgusted of was the fact we lost Izuku. Damn it, why didn't you do something? Since the incident, I didn't want to bother with people and shut myself in my room. Thanks to my mess up and not letting Izuku swap with Icy Hot, he got caught and I couldn't do a damn thing about it. Katsumi, you there? I heard Ochako at the door for her to try opening it. Just leave me alone right now. I know how you feel. I keep playing the night over and over in my mind thinking maybe I should have done more. Maybe if I asked Sue to swap with Deku, he wouldn't have. I was getting angrier. All I could do is sit and wait for the fucking teachers to do something. I began slamming my fist on the wall knowing I couldn't do anything right now. It should have been me. If only we didn't get separated with that fucking game, none of this would be happening. Something tells me the villains were waiting for a situation where we were all divided. We didn't know, so we couldn't do anything about it. I started to cry a little before hearing more feet outside my door. Kirishima, is Bakugo still in there? Yeah, what are you doing here though? Hey, Bakugo, it's Kirishima. You mind opening up? I didn't bother going to the door with shitty hair continuing to bang on the door. Come on, Bakugo, just open up for a few. Can you just leave me the fuck alone? I get it, we fucked up and you're trying to make us feel better. Just leave me the hell alone right now, okay? I'm trying to get you to open the door cause we have a way to help save Midoriya. I heard this to go to the door and open it. What are you talking about? It's hard to explain, but just follow me to Yaoyorozu's room and I'll explain everything there. Me and Ochako followed him towards Ponytail's room for him to knock and have it open up to her. Icy hot, 4 eyes and raccoon eyes in the room. Okay, so why the fuck are all of you here? To make a long story short, there's a chance to save Midoriya and it involves Yaoyorozu. Ponytail began speaking up for my attention to be on her. As you are probably aware, I was attacked by one of those Nomu creations with Awase of Class B. To be honest, we may have died if it wasn't for Midoriya's capture. As such, I wanted to at least open up a chance for us to succeed later on in hopes to try and dismantle the League. With it, I implanted on the Nomu with the assistance of Awase's quirk a tracker. I agreed already to help the police by giving them the frequency while also making one for us. She placed a small thing that looked almost the size of a cell phone in front of us to smile. I'm almost certain they'll have this Nomu somewhere Midoriya may be, and if he is, we can save him. And maybe get some fucking revenge on whoever took Izuku. I like that idea. I smiled before Four Eyes immediately tried to step in. We are not going to fight. He seemed pissed off with this before continuing. The only reason I am going is to make sure that we don't overstep our boundaries. Technically, what we are doing is illegal because we are tampering with a police investigation. If we begin fighting, that will only make things worse and jeopardize everything we're trying to achieve. All we are doing here is trying to save Midoriya. If he is not at this location or it is too dangerous for us to save him without getting caught, we are leaving immediately with no room for argument. If you do not agree to this and still are planning to go, I will have to tell the teachers this plan. Iida, understand me, Uraraka, I want to save Midoriya as much as anyone else here. I owe him a life debt that honestly, I wouldn't be able to repay so easily. But that doesn't mean I'm going to break rules to do it. I learned from Hosu that doing that will only outshine the good in the process. I groaned a bit hearing this before answering back to it. Fine, if there's any problems, I'll back out. Happy now, knowing you. There might be some problems with doing this. At least though you understand where we need to set the boundaries for what we'll be doing. I turned towards Ponytail next to get some answers about the details more. Alright, when are we doing this? Tonight Ua is going to give an announcement about the recent attack to the press. It's supposed to air at 8. If that's the case, we should be able to leave the campus undetected at 7:30. Once that's done, we'll follow the tracker which is taking us towards Kamino Ward. We'll take the train to the city and then follow the tracker on foot. Any questions? None of us spoke up for Ponytail to take this as an answer. Okay, be prepared to head out the second we get the chance to. We won't get another. We nodded before heading out for me to focus mainly saving Izuku. Don't worry, I'm coming to save you. Third person Pav. As Nezu prepared for the conference, several pros were gathered into 2 separate locations. From what they were told by an eyewitness, a man in an overcoat and a hat had regularly gone to a business in a rather shady form. Some others were to enter in as well, with them on occasion not coming out but returning the next day. Thanks to some authorization, the police were able to tell that the building was privately owned with no exact claim for it to be a residential or even a business. Due to this, the cops held some people to stake out the area and noticed some villains that fit the description of those involved in the training camp raid to guarantee this building was the League's hideout. In hopes to catch the villains completely off guard, a second group was to attack the area where the Nomu from the training camp was supposed to be. This was believed to be the Nomu factory for it to work out in everyone's favor. Alright everyone, Tsukauchi spoke up on a video monitor for each group to hear. As of now, the speech from UA will begin. We'll be heading out and beginning the operation exactly once they're done. Team A will handle apprehending the League while Team B will handle taking down the factory. In addition to this, we are to search for 2 people who have been kidnapped. The first is a UA student who had been taken during the training camp incident, and the second being the pro hero Ragdoll. As always, minimize the amount of casualties as best you can and prevent civilians from being caught in the crossfire. Seems the kid's gotten himself in quite a pickle, All Might. Gran Torino mentioned while standing next to the blonde crow. I just hope my student is alright. He's a troublemaker like you, but he's a tough kid. I'm sure he's fine for the most part. The elderly pro tried to reassure with the whole ordeal seeming too easy for him. In addition, we believe that there is a person pulling the strings behind the scenes of the League of Villains. I'd like you all to be careful if you come into contact. Every pro nodded, understanding the worry. With Katsumi's group, after leaving, the group of teenagers found themselves on a train going directly towards Kamino. Once there, Yaoyorozu had decided to have everyone go into disguises from a souvenir store. As they did though, Katsumi questioned if this was actually necessary to get at a shop or if their dark-haired classmate just wanted to enjoy looking at a shop with friends around her. You know, I'm not gonna judge, but the fuck with it. Why do I look like a hooker? She shouted this as she wore a top that showed off her stomach and a pair of shorts that were only big enough to cover her butt, but still feel like it was able to be seen by people. I thought it would fit you more than anything else. On what planet would wearing shit that makes it look like I want some random shit to fuck me fit me? Just try and calm down, Katsumi. Momo didn't mean anything mean by this. Ochako tried to reassure her friend as she wore a wig, short shorts, a shirt with the hem adjusted to hang out the collar and sunglasses with the lenses shaped like hearts. Says the woman that looks like a call girl right now. Can we please just keep going? This feels weird to wear to begin with. Todoroki mentioned as he looked arguably the most normal out of everyone and stood out the least. Fuck you, icy hot. They continued down the street with Iida acting far more awkward than he should, trying to play a part of some guy out trying to hook up with a girl. Hey, isn't that Ua? A random person asked for the group to turn and see Nezu, Aizawa and Vlad King handling the conference. They spoke how what happened, the staff had done everything they could as well as increasing security to further measures as a way to ensure their students' safety. As they did, some people in the crowd began speaking up. Are you freaking kidding me? They dropped the ball and all they can do is say, sorry, but we're trying harder next time. What a bunch of bull. If you were trying your best, this would have never happened. I don't even think UA's all that safe anymore. If I had a kid going there, I'd pull them myself out. Everyone had started saying negative things to irritate the small group of students. Katsumi had become enraged due to the fact they don't even know what type of problems they've faced, but still have the gall to say what they should do. Eraser. This student that was kidnapped was your own. What can you say to the parents of the said boy who have to deal with this trouble due to your negligence? A reporter asked this, knowing of Aizawa's lack of patience with the media, to see if he could get him to show emotion. Notably on the pro's face, it got to him being called negligent before answering. Unfortunately, this was a targeted and timed attack. They knew when to attack to take Midoriya, how to isolate everyone and prevent us from responding fast enough. My apologies go out to his guardians, but understand we are pushing as best we can to bring Midoriya home. Quote. What a load of crap. This guy must be a useless teacher if he can't protect one student. Another guy spoke up in arrogance for it to now make Katsumi lose it. She was about to punch him, but was stopped by Ochako, who shook her head no. I get how you feel, but this isn't the time. Let's get out of here. Yaoyorozu mentioned this for them to continue their journey towards the outskirts of the city in what looked as a residential area. According to the GPS, the signal should be coming from here. Yaoyorozu stopped and looked up to realize it was an abandoned building with no indication that anyone's been on the grounds for at least several months from how the weeds overgrew and the look on the outside. You sure this is the place? It seems a little, Katsumi asked, with Yaoyorozu making sure her coordinates were accurate. As far as I can tell, the Nomu that attacked the training camp is inside here. But nothing's probably been in this building for a long time. Wouldn't hurt to look. Maybe they aren't using the front door. They've got someone that has a warp gate quirk, so it's not that much of a stretch. Kirishima points this out for them to go towards the side near a window between the building and the one next to it. Now what? Shitty hair. Gimme a boost. Iida and Todoroki gave Kirishima a leg up to look into the building. He pulled out a set of binoculars for them to shock Ochako. Holy crap, aren't those the new top of the line model that cost a couple thousand? Yeah, I thought they'd come in handy, so I got a set. While saying this, The redhead looked into the building with a night vision feature on his binoculars. When he did, his face went pale. Guys, I think we found the Nomu factory. What do you see? Todoroki asked for Kirishima to describe everything in the best detail he could. A bunch of Nomu. They look like they're ready to go. They're also in some kind of black goop. Kinda reminds me of ink from Midoriya bro. Ink. Katsumi climbed over Todoroki's shoulder and used it as support before pushing Kirishima to the side. Hey, what the heck? Shut up and give me the binoculars. Kirishima did this for Katsumi to shake violently. She saw the Nomu as well as what looked like pumps coming from inside the containers going in an area where there was no light. What the hell is going on? Did they do something to Deku? Before they could go any farther, Yaoyorozu turned to her side to notice MT. Lady grow to a massive size and make her panic. Guys, pro heroes are here. Back away now. She mentioned this as the giant blonde held her foot up with a car wedged on it before slamming it down onto the building and destroying the front side of the building. The sudden bright light with the night vision pulling in abruptly blinded Katsumi for a few moments before recovering her eyesight. Gah, that hurts. She rubbed her eyes for a second before seeing Genist bind and trap every Nomu with MT. Lady holding a few in her hands. Ew. These things are so gross. Also, what's this black stuff they're soaking in? MMMPH. MMPH. Everyone heard a muffled shout from the side to prepare for a fight. However, they calmed themselves once they noticed it was Izuku bound with his mouth taped shut. It's the kid from the briefing. I got him. Gang Orca walked over to tear off the tape on Izuku's mouth in a quick motion to try and help him speak. Ow, it's a trap. He wanted you to take the Nomu out. He made them to be unbeatable with my quirk. Kid, what are you Mount. Lady shouted in pain as she let go of the Nomu and noticed a large amount of blood coming from her hand. Damn things. She was about to attack again, but the Nomu began creating their limbs into axes and blades of any sort to attack her. This caused MT. Lady to return to her normal form and cover herself. This hardly did much with the Nomu having to be trapped again with the size quirk user unable to do that. What just happened? Something's up with the Nomu. They aren't normal anymore. As Genist said this, the Nomu in his fibers began ripping themselves apart to become a mass of limbs on the ground. They soon merged back together as if they were clay to what they were. It's almost as if they're a completely different being now. How perceptive of you, Genist. I couldn't have said it better myself. A voice came from deep into the factory with a man walking out in a rather nice suit and a helmet from what it looked as. In reaction, Genist tried to bind the man with him chuckling a little. Shouldn't you be worried about the Nomu going on a rampage now? As he said this, multiple Nomu started running wild in the factory before being sent through a portal. Stop them. That isn't possible anymore. You had your fun, so now it's time for me to have mine. Without any hesitation, the man had destroyed the factory with some kind of massive pressurized attack along with anything else in the direction of him. A massive dust cloud came with it settling to have Katsumi stare in shock at what happened. This is insane. Bakugo, what just happened? Iida asked in shock with the area now being able to be seen and next to nothing was left after Genist was in front of the man on his back from the blast with everyone from the raid thrown to the sides. Truly remarkable, Genist. Even after giving you absolutely no time to second guess, you were able to use the fibers of your colleagues' costumes to pull them away. I guess that is what makes a top-ranked pro hero. Genist tried to pull himself up using his fibers before another attack came and hit him directly in his right lung, knocking him out. It is true, your power is remarkable in some ways, but utterly useless to me. But if we are talking about a useful quirk, I must commend you, Izuku Midoriya. For it is only because of your power that my Nomu could be as powerful as they are. You bastard, you used my power to hurt people. Oh, come now, your power holds imagination at its finest. And given someone with quite motivation and innovation as myself, it's only natural that I could use it far better than you. Perhaps you would like to play with your old friends again. I'm sure they'd love to see you as well. 3 ink blobs came out of the man with them bubbling and turning into Bendy, Boris and Alice's rage form. I guess to give you a little bit of a chance, I'll even free you. I do have to make myself entertained, now don't I? Katsumi watched in horror as Izuku was freed and targeted by his friends. I don't know how to explain it. The pros were all wiped out with a single attack. Not only that, but it looks like he somehow took Deku's quirk. He just made Bendy, Boris and Alice in their monster forms and apparently isn't having as much problems as Deku has with controlling them. How's that even physically possible? Todoroki asked with Katsumi in fear for Izuku. I don't know, but if we don't do something soon, Deku's gonna be hurt by them. Out of nowhere, All Might came flying from the sky to attack the man with a notable anger in his eyes. Hello, All for One, All Might, have you come to kill me a second time? Third person Pav. Both All Might and the man known as AFO stood facing one another preparing to fight. I'm going to make this clear right now, I'm taking my student back. And once I do that, I'm finishing what I should have 5 years ago. Do you honestly think you could do that? You failed to defeat me last time we faced off and now you're even weaker. Fortunately for me, I had recently come into contact with quite a powerful quirk that creates things I think of. The villain activated Ink Maker for several humanoid blobs to come out and attack All Might. Before he could though, Izuku activated OFA to destroy them and come next to his teacher. Young Midoriya, please stay out of this. This isn't a fight I wish for you two. I can't do that, All Might. Izuku interrupted his teacher while looking at his ink friends coming to attack him. He stole my quirk and is now using my own friends' images as weapons. It's just as much my responsibility to see this man go down as it is yours. How adorable. Let's see though what you can do against them. AFO motioned for Bendy and Boris to go right for Izuku with him dodging both and jumping into the air. He was about to give a roundhouse to Boris, but an image of the wolf under the evil came to his head to make him hesitate. The act allowed Boris to grab Izuku's leg and slam him into the ground. He would have been sliced by Bendy if the green-haired boy wouldn't have dodged the attack and rolled back to his feet. This is rather adorable. You can't raise a finger to your friends, but they aren't even your friends anymore. Almost makes me feel guilty making you a weakling from this right now. Izuku growled at this before aiming an attack at AFO's face. He stormed right at him with Alice going in front of him. This forced Izuku's conscience to pull his attack back and be grabbed by her and strangled. Gah, son of a bitch, you're a friggin' scumbag for this. I'll admit, this is an underhanded tactic, but the world will not be fair to all. As such, I am merely using what tools I have at my disposal to achieve the desired result I'd wish to. So tell me, how does it feel knowing the only way you can even touch me is to destroy that which you care and cherish as if they were your own family? Enough. All Might had came at AFO's side for him to block the attack and focus on the pro. Young Midoriya is hurting enough knowing what you're doing with his quirk. The fact you have the gall to sully his friend's image in front of him is even worse. It's adorable you can even say that. But let me ask you, aren't you doing the same thing by trying to defeat me in the name of your own master? Hearing this, All Might began to glare at AFO. Keep her name out of your filthy mouth. It's adorable though. To be honest, you and her truly aren't that much different. You chose failures as your disciples. OFA was wasted on her as it is on Midoriya. Someone who can't even steel himself to do what needs to won't survive long in the hero world. But don't take my word for it, watch him struggle against his own creations. As All Might and AFO fought, Izuku continued to struggle against facing his friends and avoiding their attacks. Bendy, please listen to me, it's Izuku. You can fight him, I know you can. Izuku continued to try to get to Bendy for it to fall on deaf ears as he continued to slice at the green-haired boy. Soon enough, he was able to get a good slash at Izuku's chest to draw some blood. While he was focused on Bendy, Boris came behind to punch Izuku's side and send him into a wall. Damn it, why can't they hear me? He thought this as a loud deafening voice came from Alice to force Izuku's ears to ring and nearly bleed. Damn it, that's low even for a crook. Katsumi glared at the scene trying to think of a way to help. We need to help Deku, but I don't know how we can with what's happening. Poor Midoriya, this must be hard on him. Yaoyorozu felt empathy for her classmate as she watched the horror unfold. He always looked at his creations like they were his family. The fact he needs to do this is just atrocious and should have never happened. I just wish we could find a way to help Midoribro. Maybe splashing some cold water on his face to help him cool down and think level-headed. As he said this, Kirishima gave Katsumi an idea. She glanced at a pipe in the street with Izuku and the group near it. I think I have an idea to help Deku. But I need to target a pipe below where they are. If it helps Izuku, then do it. Ochako was completely with Katsumi as she held her hand curled up and the other covering the side facing her. What are you doing? It's a trick I had a while ago. Thanks to my limits being better, I looked into ways to increase my power while having more control over the blast. To be fair, Deku came up with this idea. You're not getting involved with the fight. Iida tried to protest with Katsumi ignoring this to some degree. I'm not getting involved in the fight, I'm trying to help pull Izuku out of one he's unable to. Keep in mind, the ink creatures he makes are powerful if given the chance. But they're still ink no matter how you slice it. And it's thanks to that I can use it to my advantage and help Deku out. Her hands glowed with their normal color starting to fade and the palms showed a bright color similar to a fire. This is your own fault whoever you are. Armor-piercing shot. A blast went directly towards Izuku's feet for it to destroy the pavement and show a crack and force the green-haired boy to look down and see water start to trickle up. He glanced up at Alice, Boris and Bendy with some regret knowing what had to be done. If you're still in there, I'm sorry this had to be the way it went. He raised his foot up and activated OFA to stomp his heel on the crack and force a massive amount of sewage water slam into the three. Okay. Didn't know that was what it was until right now. Ew. That's just nasty. Ochako looked as if she wanted to throw up with the rest of the group not far from either. When the pipe stopped releasing water at a large rate, the remnants of the three ink beings was shown on the ground in 3 puddles. Interesting. So you were able to harm those which you loved so dearly. Tell me, boy, do you not feel any shame in killing them? Izuku held his head down before thinking something. If they were Bendy, Boris and Alice, they would have never harmed anyone. My quirk's rage mode is connected to my emotions. So unless I'm feeling immense rage at the time, they wouldn't turn into that. You didn't make them again just to fight me. You made 3 different creatures to look like them but in reality are just mindless knockoffs of the real thing. You're disgusting and you deserve to be punished for this. Izuku activated OFA in his body to storm towards AFO. I'll make you pay for insulting my friend's image and good names. He tried to give a punch, but was caught by a giant ink hand coming out of the villain's chest. Nicely done knowing it, but keep in mind who still has that quirk. I can make things that will exist in your very nightmares. Enjoy playing with my imagination while I finish up with All Might. The villain laughed at this as another hand came out to tower over everyone present and reveal a dark and decrepit-looking monster with a sickening smile on its face. Seeing the horns on its head, Izuku could only think of one creature that resembled it a little too much. Bendy, I'm sorry your image is being tampered with here. He could only think this as the OFA user was thrown into a wall by the ink monster. It stood tall and tilted its neck for a disturbing crack to be heard as it tilted its head from one side to the next. Izuku stood back on his feet to glare at the monster before activating OFA again. Take this, you sick copycat. The Bendy clone saw this and went charging at Izuku as well for both to collide with their fists and send a small shockwave from it. Meanwhile, All Might and AFO had repeated the same aspect with the blonde crow trying to attack his nemesis's face and being pushed back by compressed air attacks. It's adorable, isn't it? You're trying to stop me while your own successor is trying to fight against his own quirk. Leave young Midoriya out of this. All Might was able to get a clean hit and crack the visor of AFO's helmet to see the damage done by him years ago. Young Midoriya is strong enough to take on anything you throw at him. Even without his original quirk, he's more than strong enough to face off against your disgusting acts. Quite the dedication to your student. But it doesn't look that way as far as I can tell. AFO pointed towards Izuku who was taking a notable thrashing and being thrown about by the monstrous Bendy. When he was able to give a punch of his own, the monster had it go directly through him and trap Izuku's hand inside. Damn it, the demonic ink creature was about to attack back, but was hit by a massive wave of water. What? Thanks for showing us the reality of this power, kid. Izuku turned to the side to see Mount Lady barely conscious pulling a pipe out from the ground out with her hand covering the opening. Now time for the real problem. She splashed AFO with the water for him to get drenched to irritate him a little. How do you like that, you jackass? Quote. Was this supposed to be your attempt to hurt me, or was this some kind of joke? He aimed his hand at the pro before a kick sent him sliding back. Sorry to be late, Toshinori. Nice to see you again, kid. The person who kicked AFO turned out to be Gran Torino, who was part of the raid on the League's hideout. Gran Torino, sir, what's going on at the hideout? Relax. The Nomu took us by surprise, especially due to the fact they weren't going down so easily. But after Kamui Woods was hit into a water pipe going into the building with it splashing the Nomu he was facing, we came to the reality that they're just like the kids' cartoons. Now thrown for a bit of a loop, Izuku was in complete shock before being offered a hand by the older pro. If you wanna stay and fight, prove yourself here. If not, find somewhere to hide and get out of here when an opening comes. This isn't a place for you to sit and watch. Coming out of his unease, Izuku realized he had to steel himself to do what he wanted to do. He smacked his face before standing up with a determined look. I'm not running away. It's time I help fix a mess that was made because of my capture. Izuku charged at AFO with the villain trying to activate Ink Maker to mess with Izuku again. However, he couldn't for some reason. What? Didn't expect that, did you? Izuku gave a solid punch to AFO's stomach before preparing for a kick to his jaw. My quirk works with the natural oils in my skin, so that requires the free access to it without obstruction. The hit landed to send AFO's head facing upwards. Thanks to that blast from MT. Lady, you're soaked. Izuku grabbed AFO's head to give him a knee to the side of his head. That means Ink Maker won't work for you. Now see what it feels like to be facing someone that's royally pissed at you. Izuku gave a headbutt to AFO's head as a final attack before pulling back. The hit made the villain see stars before smiling. To think someone like you exists. I must admit, you're a unique one for sure. However, AFO sent a massive air pressure attack to Izuku for him to have no way of escaping it. You're still weak. A massive explosion happened with everyone watching in horror as a camera helicopter recorded it all. Izuku, Katsumi and Ochako shouted in horror as the smoke finally cleared and showed All Might in front of Izuku struggling to stand. Adding to this, the pro had shown his body began returning back to its original shape outside his buff form. Oh no, his real body. Izuku was mortified as AFO began laughing. Now this is a treat. All Might, you truly have become a pale imitation of what you once were. AFO continued to insult All Might by trying to rub salt in his wounds. Hollowed cheeks and sunken back eyes. This is what the world's symbol of peace truly looks like now. The people of this world relied on you far too much to now have no possibility of upholding the mantle you've created. And it's because of that, you'll die here along with your foolish disciple, All Might. Third person POV. The helicopter holding the reporters above the scene recorded All Might standing in his small form to have the image shown throughout the country. Everyone that watched was horrified that this was happening and what had happened to All Might. Young Midoriya, are you all right? I'm fine, but you're in your other form. All Might ignored this and glared at his nemesis. Even if I am reduced to a form such as this, even if I am beaten, battered and bruised, nothing will stop me from doing what is right. Because, that is what a hero does and that is what I stand for. You truly do live up to your mantle, All Might. However, there is something I'd love to share with you. You remember my protégé Tamura Shigaraki, don't you? Well, it just so happens, Tamura is actually Nana Shimura's grandson. Hearing this, All Might stood shocked and mortified. You lie. You know that I would do that. I just created false images if your successor's sentient beings just to see how far he'd be willing to go and hurt him. I honestly did this as a way to see what your face would look like. All Might looked like he was willing to cry. The woman that helped him achieve everything he has is the symbol of peace. The person he owes his life to. Her grandson was now shown to be groomed into something so opposite of what both of them stood for by the one man they despised the most just because. Where is your smile now, All Might? Aren't you supposed to be someone that will smile no matter how bad the situation was? Did you enjoy wanting to destroy everything that Tamura had built up and bring him down yourself only to find this out? AFO egged on All Might with Izuku now having enough of this. Shut up. The fact he shouted loudly for both to come out of their own self-thought surprised them. I may not know who Nana Shimura is, but I don't care. The one thing I know right now is that Tamura Shigaraki had done horrible things and he needs to be taken down no matter the situation he has. He may have not started out this way, but right now, that doesn't matter. He then looked at All Might and continued. All Might, I may not understand the problems you're facing, but right now we need to end this. If we don't, more people will get hurt. You're our symbol, our #1 hero. That meant something to me growing up. That meant something to my friends growing up. That means something to those that watch you and understand things are going to be okay because you're here. That smile you had, it did more for everyone and still does more for everyone than you think. Don't lose it because of this monster playing at your emotions. That's not the All Might we all know and love. Young Midoriya, All Might understood this as the sound of the country was cheering for him. They kept chanting for him with this forcing the man to understand and remember what he desired as a dream. I want to be a symbol for people to look at and understand everything will be okay. Shaking himself out of his self-hating, All Might glared back at AFO. Thank you, young Midoriya. It seems I lost my composure there for a while. His right arm began to bulk up to what it would normally be in his buff form with Izuku activating OFA to as high of a power as he could. But you're definitely right. I have a job to do as the symbol of peace and no matter what, I must see it through. How adorable. However, I do not plan for you to survive this next attack. AFO began activating several quirks in his arsenal with his arm distorting from it. Locomotive Corkscrew, Explosiveness, Muscular Enhancement X4, Multiplication X3, Hypertrophy, Rivets, Airwalk, Bone-like Spears. The attacks I've been giving to you up till now have only been to weaken you. Nothing was intended to kill you because I wanted this to be your final downfall. Only fitting that someone that boasts of power would fall to power. Now, it's time that you perish. But don't worry, your disciple will follow you into the afterlife alongside you. This doesn't look good. Izuku was hesitant to do anything with All Might trying to calm himself. Young Midoriya, I want you to get out of here. Are you nuts? You can hardly fight. At least let me fight with you and stop this guy from ending you. You can't even fight in your current state well enough to take him on. I refuse to let you do this. This isn't up for debate. And I'm not letting you die here. Izuku activated full cowling at his max power for AFO to come charging at them. The two prepared for the attack with the villain going right for Izuku first. The attack was monstrous compared to him with the fist alone looking as if it was the size of him. I suppose ending the lineage is the first step in ending your legacy, All Might. Enjoy watching your successor die. You think we're gonna let you do that? Out of nowhere, 3 ink blobs came out to show Bendy, Boris and Alice in their rage form grab a hold of AFO's arm and pull back the attack enough where Izuku could block it with his forearms. Bendy, is it really you all? It is US, Izuku. I'm sorry you've had to hurt so much because of US. But I promise we'll try and do everything to end this nightmare for you. Alice explained with Boris holding AFO's body and trying to pull him back. As this happened, Izuku could feel the crack on his arms being done to try and increase his power higher. I can't lose here. In a hope to gain ground, Izuku slammed his feet into the ground and began helping push AFO back. You truly think you can survive with these pathetic creations of yours? Impact recoil. A large shock went through Izuku's arms for them to spew out blood and feel an even stronger crack. Ah, you're only delaying the inevitable. Give up now and accept your fate, boy. Izuku remained in his stance as he continued to push through the pain and keep pushing AFO back. I refuse to accept my end. I have people that are relying on me to come back. An image of Izuku's classmates in Class A came to his head. People that care for my well-being. Mitsuki and Masaru came to his mind next, probably watching in horror right now. People that love me that want me to return to them. Ochako and Katsumi came to his head next as they watched the scene unfold behind the wall they were watching from. I don't care if you're an all-powerful being. I don't care if you stole my quirk. I don't care why you want to do this. Right now, all I care about is stopping you. Izuku was able to knock back AFO's attack to surprise him. Before he could do anything, Izuku came close to AFO's face and pulled his arm back and attacked with a 100% Detroit smash. The attack was strong, but thanks to the damage not nearly as strong as it could be to only break AFO's mouth covering. You have my respect for getting this far, but you're still too weak. That's because he didn't put his back into it. All Might came right next to AFO with his arm prepared with the last of OFA in his body. So long, all for one. The United States of. The fist connected with AFO for him to go downwards at max for them to hit the ground. SMAAAAAAASSSSHHHHH. With the final hit done, a massive tornado was created with All Might using the final embers left of his quirk. So long, one for all. As the dust settled, Izuku and All Might stood tall with the later attempting to turn into his buff form for a few moments to give his signature fist in the air to symbolize the battle has been won. He won. All Might and the heroes won. The cameraman shouted as everyone watching began to cry and cheer for joy at their hero winning. When this happened, Izuku was able to take a loud exhale knowing the battle's finally over. Izuku turned to see Bendy, Boris and Alice able to transform back into their normal selves. They looked ashamed of themselves before answering. I'm sorry. If we were stronger, we'd. It's not your fault, Bendy. None of this was. I'm just happy to see you all one last time and know that you're still you. Alice held her arm before speaking herself. Why, you know what's going to happen soon, right? We'll be turned back into ink and this'll probably be the last time we'll see each other again. I know. Izuku tried to hold back tears while looking at his friends. I know that there's no helping you anymore and I'm sorry. Even if this is the last time I'll ever see you all again, you'll always be in my heart. Bendy couldn't hold back his tears anymore to run over and hug Izuku while crying. Shortly after this, Boris and Alice joined them to begin crying as well. Izuku tried to keep his in, but he without a doubt wanted to cry and was only saving face to know it wouldn't help anyone. The three started to have their ink deteriorate for Izuku to hold one final look at his friends. I guess this is it. Promise me you'll take good care of yourself, Izuku. Be nice to girls and treat Katsumi and Ochako with the respect a lady should. I promise, Alice. Also, try not to overwork yourself. Will do, Boris. And, sniffle and be sure to smile and laugh when you should. The world needs to understand a joke when it hits them in the face like a cream pie. I'll keep that in mind, Bendy. The three started to have their heads disappear for their bodies to be non-existent. Once they were gone, Izuku started to let his emotions out. He cried for his friends and fell to the ground knowing there was nothing he could do anymore to keep them around. Some pros were about to head towards Izuku to try and help, but All Might stopped them, emphasizing this is something he needs to grieve about on his own. All Might. Turning to the voice, the pro noticed Endeavor with some of the pros stationed with his group handling the League's hideout. The Nomu were handled. Your suggestion when you saw them reform was what helped. Thanks to that, the League is apprehended and all of them are on their way to Tartarus. The Flame Hero turned to see Izuku crying to question it. Is he going to be alright? I don't know. If we're being honest, I genuinely don't know. Getting back to the topic needed, the two turned to the unconscious body of AFO. First things first though, we need quirk cancelling cuffs and a police-escorted ambulance for Tartarus. We should also restrain his movements as much as possible for everyone's safety. I already had them prepared. Endeavor took a glance at All Might and felt irritation. To think this is what you really look like is disgraceful. Someone that everyone relies on to be a symbol of peace looks as if he needs to go to a hospital himself. Disgusting to know this is what our society's forced upon you. They didn't force something upon me that I didn't desire. I figured we needed a symbol, so I became one. In the end, it all matters if you have the power and drive to do what must be done or what you desire. Few hours later, Izuku Pav. After the incident with AFO in Camino, I started to black out with the next thing I knew being in a hospital. I was told by the doctors that the pros brought me here after I passed out with my arms currently in bandages. My forearm of my left was fractured with it being out of the bandages in a few weeks. My right due to using all the power of OFA however was not that lucky. It was going to take about a month for it to heal properly to use. Adding to this, I was explained how they were able to find Ragdoll and unfortunately find out that she lost her quirk and had to retire. This mortified me, knowing someone like her had to do something that she should have never had to think of at her time in life. Before I could fall deeper in depression, I did get a few visitors come in for them to be escorted in the room. Izuku, Kacchan and Ochako came running to hug me, with the earlier grabbing my cheeks and pulling them. "You idiot, don't do something so shitty like that again." "I'm sorry, Kacchan, I didn't mean to make you worried." This forced her to blush before letting go and turning away. I didn't worry that much. You're tough, so I knew you'd be able to handle yourself. Is that why you got depressed when we went back to the dorms? Ochako smirked for Kacchan to blush more before arguing with her. The ordeal made me smile a bit before a reality came back to my head. So my quirk's gone, huh? Yeah, Kacchan and Ochako looked down with the fact of my situation coming to my head. All Might said, "He's trying to get AFO to give it back, but the asshole villain won't." I see. I thought about this for a second before speaking up. Kacchan, what do you think if I said I may not want to be a hero anymore? Wait, what? Deku, please don't tell me you're thinking what I think you're thinking. I'm afraid that might be the case. I took a deep breath in. I think I'm going to quit UA and follow a different path. Both girls looked at me in shock before shouting in unison. What? Few days later, Izuku Pav. You're what? Everyone in class shouted in unison as they heard my decision. Starting next week, I'll be brought down to general studies. I just can't do this anymore. I felt a little ashamed of saying, I give up on my dream of being a hero, but there wasn't a lot I could do to explain it. Midoriya, if this has something to do with the man and him taking your ability to create things, this isn't the way to. But it does have everything to do with that, Iida. I tried to stop Iida from saying something I didn't want him to while continuing. I like helping people. There isn't any shame in me admitting that, and I feel bad I'm not helping them the way that I planned. But I felt hollow when I lost my power and my friends. I know it's hard to explain, but I feel like going on without them is just wrong. Bendy, Boris and Alice all were motivation for me to keep going on this dream, and I loved it in them. But there's nothing better I can say, but I just don't want to continue this without them. Everyone was silent in this, with Kaminari speaking up. I don't get it. You still got power, but you don't want to use it to be a hero even though you can still be one. Sounds kinda lame to me. Jiro stopped him by smacking him upside the head. It's a matter of losing his drive, not the fact he can't do stuff anymore, idiot. So what are you gonna do in the future for your life career? Hiroshima asked for me to think about it. I dunno. I might just be a boring salaryman and keep the world around me afloat in my own way. Nothing wrong with being something simple. But you could be a big shot. Why settle for something that no girls will fall for you when you say what your job is? Mineta asked for me to stare blankly at him. What? I'm not wrong. It might not be as fulfilling as other jobs out there, but it would be a way to make a living. Not a great one, but I can still manage in my own way. Besides, I still have people by me in case I do find something else better suited for me right now. I smiled at this, with everyone understanding my decision. However, Kacchan and Ochako felt more depressed by this, thinking that this was sorta their fault. These things unfortunately happen. I wanted to be a hero, and to some degree, I still do. Who wouldn't wanna be something like that? But I just don't feel like it's right anymore to do this, and I should go for something better suited for me. For now though, I'll finish high school and determine where I wanna go from thereafter. I might even pick up a part-time job as a way to get a little more cash saved up if I wanna go into something that I need a college degree with. This isn't the end of my life, just the end of a portion. Yaoyorozu spoke up after hearing this with a little bit of understanding. At least you're not leaving the school, so we'll probably see you around still. You're right, we can always see you in general studies dorm area if we ever wanna hang. Hiroshima seemed a little more happier about this, with Ashido making a sly remark to this. Something tells me that we'll be seeing weekends where Katsumi and Ochako won't be in the dorms either. Maybe they'll get a noise complaint from the other students next to Mido's room. All three of us blushed to go beet red at this, with everyone getting a laugh at our expense. At least they're not angry about this or depressed. I walked out of the dorm when I said this to calm myself and sit on one of the seats out in the overhang. After a minute, Kachin came out to sit next to me. So your mind's made up? Yeah, I just don't think it's right to continue this without them by my side. Sounds a little selfish if you ask me. I silently shrugged, not exactly denying it. Maybe, but it's still my choice to make. We sat in content silence before I finally got the courage to say something. Kachin, I wanna ask you to do something for me. If it's something sexual, you're getting a punch to the groin right now. Nuts. Both of us lured at this a little before I got a bit more serious. Actually, I wanted to ask you if you could take OFA from me. Quote. What? She looked at me a little baffled before worrying about what this meant. But if I take the quirk from you, that means you'll be. I know. I never put in my quirk registry that I had a second quirk though. I just added a side effect of how I'm using Ink Maker is that I can increase my strength by making my muscles more dense from the oils turning into muscle fibers. Now that I don't have my quirk anymore, technically my registry's going to say I'm quirkless. But All Might gave it to you. That's not fair for me to take it away from you. I know you'd think that, but don't think this as you taking something that was gifted to me. Think of it as me gifting something to someone that'll use it better. In my mind, I don't see any doubt you won't achieve the dream we both set out for. However, I don't want to achieve this dream anymore, and this power should go to someone who has the drive to and the talent to back it up. That's why I want you to have it. Please don't waste the gift like I did. She still hesitated, hearing this before giving me a stern look. You didn't waste the gift. If anything, you did exactly what All Might wanted you to do with it. Be a hero you can be content with calling yourself. Though I still don't think it's fair making you quirkless, I'll stand by what you think is right even if I think it's dumb. That was blunt. Hey, you're the one who got a blunt girlfriend. Too, actually. Ochako even said how frigging stupid your decision was to quit and thought you shouldn't have to. It's fine for her to think this. I take no shame in her thinking it might not be the best, but I'd be wasting everyone's time if I stayed in the hero course and wasting an opportunity for someone that is trying hard to get in but can't. At least I can open a path for someone else and give something worth the effort to people that can use it better to help those that need it. Kachin and I sat in our seats calmly while watching the scenery together. If you think this is the best idea, I'll do it. But don't blame me if you regret it later. Thank you. 10 years later, and that should do it. We're home. I heard Ochako and Kachin come in to get up from my seat and go greet them. Hey, Izuku, how'd your day go? All right. Got the last bit of work I needed done for the deadline in 2 days, so I'm ahead of the ball game there. What about you two? You know, same old shit. Some idiot trying to think he's too big for his bridges and tries to be all cocky to rob a bank. He didn't plan though on the number 1 pro Bakuden and number 8 pro Uravity to kick his fucking ass. Sounds like an eventful day. After UA, Kachin and Ochako joined a hero agency to work as sidekicks for a few years before officially getting an agency of their own. They now hold the Kyoto agency known as Falling Asteroid, and had helped reduce the crime rate in the country back to what it was before All Might's retirement. Of course, they don't deserve all the credit and they'll admit to that, but their work on the scene as the top rescue and top combat pro heroes are what made the situation better, knowing they'll handle the situation no matter what. However, this never changed our relationship, with us even being able to get married thanks to their connections 2 years ago. We of course kept this from the general public since it seemed a little problematic if 2 top-ranked pros were married to the same husband. I didn't mind it as much, and neither did Ochako and Kachin. Hey, is this the cover book to your novel that's coming out? Ochako asked while looking at a paper. Oh yeah, my publisher gave it to me and wanted me to give him a detailed answer of what I think. Kachin went over to look at it and question it. Why is it a picture of a hallway with a cutout of Bendy at the end of it? Cause of what the book's about. Considering I wanted something to remember my friends, I decided to make a book about a tale regarding them and how creative influence turned kind and fun-loving characters into bloodthirsty maniacs. I already sent a name of the book to my publisher and he loves it. Oh yeah, you said a bit of what it was before. Sounds like something out of a horror film. Ochako thought about this while placing the picture down. So what was the name you decided to go with? Bendy and the Ink Machine. Both snickered at this with Kacchan speaking up. That's so friggin' corny and obvious to the plot. But it really does suit you a lot. I smiled at this with my ash blonde wife continuing. Anyway, we wanted to talk to you about something. Both started to blush a bit with this confusing me. And what might that be? Well, we've been married for about 2 years now and well, maybe we should look at that. I wasn't following to make Kacchan blush more. I mean, you know, that. Quote. I'm sorry, I really don't know what you're talking about. Making a fucking family. Having a little you and me or a little me and Ochako run around the place. Making my old man happy to hold his grandchild for the first time and making my old hag of a mom stop pestering me if I should take up classes to please a man. I immediately went red at this and had steam come out of my head. Why are you embarrassed? I had to say that out loud. It's just shocking. I know we said we'd wait until we're at a stable point in our life, but this is a little abrupt. What made you think to do this? She saw a family today and got to hold their baby, so she's now got babies on the brain. Ochako smiled at this for Kacchan to turn and argue. Not true. I've always wanted to be Deku's baby mama. That cute pudgy-cheeked infant had nothing to do with it, or the pregnant chick who looked like she was just happy to be where she is. Haha, Katsumi's jealous of mothers, says the woman looking up prices of baby stuff and bought a book on how to raise children. Hey, what I wanna read and look up is my own choice. Cute baby booties have nothing to do with it. The two kept going on like this with it being somewhat comical. We did decide before we officially got married that we'd wait for children until we got to a good spot, with right now probably being the closest to being stable thanks to Kacchan's and Ochako's savings and my book almost being done publishing. Well, I mean, I'm not against the idea. Who knows? Maybe me having a bunch of kid jokes and liking cartoons could work out in my favor for raising a kid of our own. Something tells me the kids are gonna prefer coming out like me or Ochako. Spoken like a true rage mom. We laughed at this with the fact our lives were continuing as is for the better. I still feel bad knowing I gave up my dream 10 years ago, but I don't regret the life I have right now. In fact, everything worked out in the end in their own way and I'm happy for it. Guess life is just full of surprises. The end. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and please hype this video. Now we will see you in the next video.